Chapter 1961, Famen's Avatar. In the distant horizon of the Azura Sea, a young man in golden armor slowly flew forwards. This gold-armored youth was tall and broad. A fire-red cloak was thrown over his back, his momentum spirited and daring. His cultivation had reached the peak of the great World King realm, approaching the half-step Empyrean realm. This cultivation, when placed in the grand scene of the final trials opening, wasn't considered much at all. Moreover, there were more than great world kings, but even true Empyreans. But as this youth appeared, the eyes of those in the audience shrank. It was clear that they were extremely afraid of this gold-armored youth. "It's really him," Lin Ming muttered. This gold-armored youth was someone he was familiar with, the Good Fortune Saint Sun. The Good Fortune Saint Sun's cultivation speed was far higher than Lin Ming's. But this was also within reason. First, the Good Fortune Saint Sun had lived longer than Lin Ming, and secondly, the laws that the Good Fortune Saint Sun cultivated were infinitely simpler than Lin Ming's. With Lin Ming having reincarnated also, although he didn't experience any bottlenecks returning to his previous cultivation realm, it still delayed him by a great deal of time. The Good Fortune Saint Sun, he actually came. Lin Ming thought. In truth, he also wanted to find an opportunity to kill off the Good Fortune Saint Sun, but now was not the right moment. At this time, Lin Ming's complexion changed. From beneath the Good Fortune Saint Sun the sea began to stir, a storm rising up. Violent fluctuations of energy emanated outwards. Dreadful waves swept over the world. A giant spherical blood-red life form rose up from the sea, its appearance like a scarlet sun. From all over this bloody sun, the sea water boiled away. Water vapor evaporated all over, massive layers of clouds forming in the skies. Following this, a horrifying momentum rushed out. Even the god beast that had arrived at the Azura Sea felt fear. It shrank backwards, filled with dread for this bloody sun. This is... Many Azura Road martial artists were stunned. Most of them had never felt such a terrifying aura before. And amongst these people, even the originally silent Lin Ming felt a cold sweat seep out of his forehead. He almost tore through space to run away. No one was more aware than him of just what this blood-red ball was. It was the abyssal demon, Famen. How is this possible? Lin Ming was panic-stricken. Why would Famen appear here? Did the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign also come? Lin Ming held his breath. If the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign arrived, then his bodily rebirth technique would truly be challenged. After all, Lin Ming had once fought against the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. He didn't have any hopes that a newly reborn body would be able to deceive the sense of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Something's wrong. Immediately, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Over half of that blood-red ball had appeared above the horizon. From the radius of the blood-red ball, the total volume was clearly far smaller than Famen had been before. Famen's true body was over 10,000 miles in diameter, as large as a planet. But this blood-red sphere was only several hundred miles in diameter. Moreover, although the aura of this blood-red sphere was similar to Famen's, it was much, much weaker. It was clearly not the true Famen. And, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't atop this blood-red sphere. The one controlling it seemed to be the Good Fortune Saint Sun. This small crimson sphere, could it actually be Famen's descendant? Lin Ming immediately thought. His heart chilled. Famen was already an incredibly terrifying existence. If it was able to produce descendants, he simply didn't want to imagine that. Famen's attribute was to swallow all. If it were to continue without end, then even the entire universe would be swallowed up by it. What is that thing? On the Azura Sea, many people wondered with trembling hearts. For many of them this was the first time they had laid eyes upon such a terrifying life form. In their original opinion, god beasts were already the supreme vicious beasts of the entire universe. Although legends said that deep within the Azura Sea there were one or two super beasts that could compare with true divinities, legends were only legends, no one had seen them before. But currently, this terrifying thing could even cause a god beast to draw back in fear. Was this a terrifying existence on the level of a true divinity? It is famine. On a luxurious sea platform, Grandma Goldwind slowly spoke. As she looked at Famine, a strange light glittered in her eyes. Lin Ming turned his head and listened. For all these years, he had been absent from the divine realm for far too long and didn't know what state the saints were in. He also didn't know how strong the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had become. Famine? From the legends, the avatar of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign? A small number of martial artists from the Azura Road had also heard about the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. The destruction of the divine realm, the defeat and withdrawal of the human race, these were events that reverberated through the 33 heavens. In addition, many saint martial artists had recently come to the Azura Road. Thus, many of them knew just what kind of character the leader of the saints was. They also knew of his avatar, Famine, who came from the dark abyss. But it is more accurate to say that what is before us is only Famine's avatar. In the last 1,000 years, Famine has swallowed far too many things. It has swallowed massive amounts of resources, life essence, soul essence, and has begun to breed its own avatars. With this, it can swallow things even faster, growing even faster. Grandma Goldwind muttered. Lin Ming's face darkened. Swallowed many things. Resources? Life essence? Soul essence? These things could only have been from the divine realm. When the God-lamenting wall began to weaken and the great calamity approached, it was even possible that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had raised up a great war that swept through the divine realm and ancient races, all in order to provide food for Famine. Where would the saints have found so many things to feed Famine? It was naturally impossible for the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign to ruin his own race, thus he could only choose to invade other universes. After understanding this, Lin Ming gripped his fists and clenched his teeth. In this calamity, countless people had died in battle within the divine realm. Innumerable sects had been turned to dust, their inheritances lost to time. Many people had been swallowed and their souls absorbed, forced to become a part of Famine. This was a truly tragic way to die. It was even likely that those humans who survived would be raised by the saints and used as fodder to feed Famine. With the saints suppressing humanity, the human race would suffer the fate of eventually degenerating into farm animals. Understanding this, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly became icy cold. He looked towards the Good Fortune Saint's son who was flying in from the distance, and hid the murderous intent bubbling in his heart. At this time, the Good Fortune Saint's son stood tall above Famine's back, a light grin on his face. In that peak battle against Lin Ming in the past, the Good Fortune Saint's son had suffered an excruciating defeat, ending in the greatest frustration of his life. But afterwards, when the saints invaded the divine realm, the Good Fortune Saint's son had commanded the armies to trample over the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. Most Empyreans had either fled or died. The Good Fortune Saint's son could be called invincible, knowing no loss. He recklessly galloped over the universe, overbearing, as if no one in the world could topple him. His confidence that was shattered by Lin Ming was also restored as he found the thrill of revenge. His cultivation would need at most 2,000 more years to break into the Empyrean realm. Moreover, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had even let him control one of Famine's avatars. As long as he could raise this avatar and fuse together with it, then his strength would reach an unimaginable boundary. At that time, besides a few people in the entire 33 heavens, who could stop him? In this situation, the Good Fortune Saint's son's thoughts were incomparably smooth. He had been ordered to preside over the smelting trial of the Good Fortune Saint Palace's junior disciples. He stepped onto the Azura Sea stage with cocky vigor, using Famine's avatar to make a high-profile appearance that deterred all present. The Good Fortune Saint's son was satisfied with the effect he created. In his opinion, those who possessed absolutely formidable strength should expose that strength and awe everyone, making them submit. The saints already possessed such capital. The high-spirited good fortune saint's son didn't notice that on one of the viewing platforms, a black-clothed youth was gazing at him. Although this black-clothed youth's eyes contained a horrifying killing intent, what was unusual was that no one sensed him. This was because the boundary of his soul force had far surpassed all others present. No one was able to sense him. Let's begin. Today is the stage of my race. Only my race will be the main lead of this final trial. The good fortune saint's son raucously laughed. Many native influences of the Azura Road saw the good fortune saint's son's rampant behavior and wanted to refute him, but they couldn't summon the energy to do so. Their influences truly couldn't compare with the good fortune saint palace. At this time, from beneath the good fortune saint's son's feet, the flesh and blood of famine began to slowly split up like a pomegranate being torn apart. From within it, a group of young saint elites appeared. These young saint elites had been sent from the good fortune saint palace. They were a special squad of disciples sent to participate in the final trial. As for the good fortune saint's son himself, he would not be attending the final trial. This time he was only a host. Chapter 1962 – The final trial opens. After a few thousand years, the juniors of the past are now responsible for important missions. An elder from the inner Azura Road looked at the good fortune saint's son and spoke with deep emotion. To these rulers that lived for such a long time, several thousand years was nothing more than a blink of an eye. However, to geniuses on the level of the good fortune saint's sovereign, a few thousand years was enough to have them grow to a terrifying boundary. The good fortune saint's son and his group stepped down from Famine's body. The good fortune saint's son waved his hand and an opulent seat viewing platform appeared out of thin air, large enough to accommodate all disciples of the good fortune saint palace present. Looking at the young elites from the good fortune saint palace, many people couldn't help but admit that the good fortune saint sovereign was truly terrifying. The good fortune saint sovereign had an amazing inside background to begin with, and now that the saints had defeated humanity and plundered a massive amount of resources, could the good fortune saint palace have fatally become the number one sect of the 33 heavens? Many Azura Road martial artists looked at the good fortune saint's son, the fear in their eyes deepening. But at this time, winds whipped up once more. The clouds in the skies parted and a giant blue lotus floated downwards. Above this lotus flower stood a woman with an ethereal making. This woman wore a water blue dress that perfectly contrasted against her figure. Her appearance wasn't remarkable, but even so, as she stood amongst a throng of female martial artists, she stood out from them, unique and singular. Her slender eyes and pale skin gave off a feeling just like the blue lotus behind her, a subtle and nearly imperceptible taste. However, when Lin Ming saw this woman, his mind shook. He noticed that on this woman's uptied hair, 3 beautiful feather plumes were inserted. These 3 feathers seemed to be hairpins, but as Lin Ming saw them, they had an unusually deep significance. These feathers carried with them a familiar feeling. Rather, one could call it an unforgettable feeling that was carved into his bones. That was Soaring Feather God King. In the past, it was Soaring Feather God King that chased down Lin Ming and forced him into a dead-end road with no path to take. Finally, he was forced to escape into the Azura Road, and as a result he was tricked by Xiang Mei. It's Fairy Blue Lotus, Soaring Feather God King's direct disciple and also her number 1 disciple. Fairy Blue Lotus and the good fortune saint's son have both arrived. Out of the 4 marvels of the saints, 2 are present. The limelight of the saints is too great. Elite after elite is born amongst their ranks, and there isn't another race that is capable of comparing with them. The smelting trial has become their stage. Soaring Feather God Mountain as well as the good fortune saint palace, they might take up all the benefits in this final trial. Compared to the saints, the Spiritas have been too quiet lately. Everyone wildly discussed. But Lin Ming noticed a few words in particular, the 4 marvels of the saints. Who are the 4 marvels of the saints? Lin Ming asked in a low voice. Oh? You don't know? The saints' four marvels are the four most outstanding true divinity disciples of the saints. They are the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's direct disciple, the Good Fortune Saint Sun, Soaring Feather God King's direct disciple, Fairy Blue Lotus, and Astral Vault God King's two direct disciples, High Sun and Dark Moon. The saints have so many young elites? Lin Ming asked, glancing at Fairy Blue Lotus. Her cultivation was at a half-step Empyrean, even higher than the Good Fortune Saint Sun's. This mysterious woman caused Lin Ming to pay particular attention to her. The one who spoke said, "The truth is that the most terrifying of the four marvels are the Good Fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus. As for High Sun and Dark Moon, they just barely match up with them. High Sun and Dark Moon both have Empyrean cultivations and rely on the superiority of their cultivation to be listed amongst the four saint marvels. In fact, their strength can be considered slightly higher than that of the Good Fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus. Thousands of years ago in the Great War between the saints and humans, the four saint marvels earned tremendous numbers of military merits. In particular, High Sun and Dark Moon exterminated many human sects and even killed off human Empyreans. The two of them had already grown by that time, but as for the Good Fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus, them growing was something that only happened in the last 1,000 years. The person chattered away. As Lin Ming listened, he quietly maintained his composure, secretly recording High Sun and Dark Moon's names in his heart. He took a deep breath and asked again, "Has humanity perished? I've been in seclusion in the Azura Road for so many years, but before I came I also heard about humanity's situation. It seemed that all their peak masters died in battle? Ha ha. I'm not too sure about that." The person shook their head. "I heard that the humans found a way to pierce through the God-lamenting wall that separates the 33 heavens and fled. But the saints seem to be chasing them down even now. It's just a matter of time until they are all destroyed. I heard that humanity once produced an unrivaled genius, if I remember, his name was Lin Ming. Didn't he also die? This proves that humanity's destiny has come to an end. If they can't even keep their own geniuses alive, just what future do they have left?" "Oh. Lin Ming, I've heard about him too. Did he really die?" Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. This was an extremely important matter to him. If the saints truly believed he died, then he would feel much safer. "It's true, I swear." The person saw Lin Ming's doubtful gaze and responded with a bit of dissatisfaction, "I heard that a true divinity of the saints personally acted in order to eliminate Lin Ming and prevent any future problems from arising. With a true divinity personally hunting him down, do you think he would still be alive? I heard rumors that if Lin Ming hadn't died, he might have been able to grow up fast enough in the near future that he could threaten the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. In my opinion, that is just babbling nonsense. History never has ifs to begin with. If you die, becoming nothing at all." "Thank you," Lin Ming faintly responded. He learned a bit more information that concerned him, but he was still worried about the retreat of humanity. But at this time, a raging storm was set off in the Azura Sea. A vast and boundless aura appeared from nowhere. Violent fluctuations of energy rose up from all over and dreadful waves shot into the air. In the skies, dark clouds gathered, as dark and dense as liquid ink. Faintly, azure dragons seemed to rush between these clouds. These weren't real dragons, but were horrifying energy flows that had gained spirituality. Billowing thunder followed. The deafening thunderclaps seemed as if they could break apart the heavens. Lin Ming knew that the final trial was finally opening. "Ha ha." The Good Fortune Saint Sun laughed. He suddenly looked at Fairy Blue Lotus and said, "Blue Lotus, I originally thought that those I brought today would wrap up this entire final trial, but I didn't think that your Soaring Feather God Mountain would also decide to join in on the fun. How about we have a little competition?" The various influences of the saints competed against each other. The three god kings of the saints weren't harmonious to begin with, and their direct disciples, the four saint marvels, were also so. "If you want to compete, then let's compete," Fairy Blue Lotus lightly said, thinking little of it. Behind her stood 4 young disciples, 3 men and 1 woman. Without exception, all of them had a feather mark on their head. At this time, a giant crack appeared in the void. A surface appeared like a pitch-black pool with endless arcs of lightning glistening within. The crack rapidly expanded, drowning away the world and the sea. Countless runes of the great Tao appeared, carrying a vast power of chaos that gushed outwards. This terrifying strength tugged at everyone's blood vitality and divine soul, making it impossible to approach this fissure of space and time. But several bold and daring young elites actually flickered, their bodies disappearing as they rushed straight into this space and time crack before it fully opened. Their figures flashed. Like winding dragons, they passed through the arcs of thunder. Most of these people came from Soaring Feather God Mountain and the Good Fortune Saint Palace. In the fierce onslaught of thunder, their movements were calm. Amongst them, there was a fat person who stopped in the storm. He looked towards the 4 disciples of Soaring Feather God Mountain and sly smirked, the corners of his round face curling upwards. Then, his figure flashed and he dove deeper into the horrifying storm. "They've already gone in." Many people looked at the mystical and unknown world that lay behind that massive space crack, unable to go forwards. It was only when the thunder gradually died down did martial artists fly into the entrance of the final trial, sinking into the black crack. As for Lin Ming, he joined the waves of people, looking extremely common. From the time he came here to the time he flew into the space crack, no one had noticed him. After all young elites with the trial qualifications had entered the final trial, the Good Fortune Saint Sun slowly flew away. Behind him, Famine's avatar gradually emerged upwards from the sea. It stretched out a thick blood dragon tentacle that wrapped around the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Then, Famine's flesh and blood split and the Good Fortune Saint Sun sunk into it in front of everyone's eyes. After the Good Fortune Saint Sun entered Famine's body, Famine sank deep into the sea, isolating out everything outside. The Good Fortune Saint Sun wore a red cloak as he stepped on a path made from Famine's flesh and blood. Slowly, he arrived at the core of Famine, where there was a room formed from its body. This room was wide and spacious. The furnishings were elegant. There was a soft rug of red feathers and an ancient wooden bed covered with sheets woven from threads of divine silkworm silk. On the side of the bed, there was wine made from heavenly materials. But, this room was permeated with the scent of blood. The ground also wriggled, making one feel uncomfortable. The Good Fortune Saint soon walked into this room and took out an array formation jade slip. He crumbled it in his hand. The light of the array formation faded and a blurry face appeared in the air. This face contained a pressure beyond description, almost impossible to look at head-on. This was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. As the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's face appeared, the originally overbearing Good Fortune Saint Sun became meek and respectful. He politely bowed and then stood up. Was there a problem? The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's voice was as cold as metal, without any emotion at all. "Reporting to Your Majesty Sovereign, everything is going well. The final trial has begun and those from Soaring Feather God Mountain have also appeared. Besides them, there is no one else worthy of attention. Your child will surely complete the mission you have handed down." The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign thought for a moment. That woman Soaring Feather shouldn't know the circumstances of why you are there. This time, the result of the final trial is secondary. That thing must be found, no matter the cost. Understood. The Good Fortune Saint Sun solemnly replied. But at this time, the jade slip array formation had already shattered to nothing and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's phantom disappeared. After the light faded away, the Good Fortune Saint Sun took a deep breath. Not only must he complete this mission, but he also had to make sure the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace bloomed in glorious splendor, so that they took all the benefits. Chapter 1963, Entering the Gate of Laws. This was the second time Lin Ming had entered the strange world of the final trial. This was an ancient ruin that the Azura Road Master had left behind. Lin Ming had undergone several reincarnations, and now, with his cultivation greatly increased, as he stepped into this place once again, what he felt was even deeper than before. He could even faintly feel that he shared some bloodline relation with this world. Who? Lin Ming could feel his own inner world breathing, and this breathing tempo seemed to have some inexplicable connection to this final trial world. And from the surrounding space, faint traces of remnant world power began to spontaneously merge into Lin Ming's inner world, causing it to rapidly grow far faster than it did in the past. The Azura Heavenly Tao is truly mysterious beyond compare. Lin Ming was well aware that the Azura Sutra cultivated the world of the universe. In terms of creating a world and developing a world, the Heavenly Sutra was much more useful than the Holy Scripture. Now, he paused in this final trial world, feeling the remnant world power nourish his own inner world. To be able to receive such a benefit was naturally because of the heaven-defying qualities of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Lin Ming quietly embraced this feeling and slowly moved forwards. But at this time, there was a loud roar as several giant Taodai phantoms hurtled towards Lin Ming. These were spiritual beings created by the Final Trial's array formation and were also the protectors of the Final Trial. Lin Ming thought little of them. He allowed the Taodai phantoms to leap onto him. But in the next moment, Azura runes fluttered out from Lin Ming's body and covered these Taodai phantoms, immediately causing them to vanish. Then, the heavens and earth spun around and Lin Ming was sent to a different world. This world was covered by a vast canopy of forests, and in these forests were great beasts. Lin Ming swept out his divine sense, immediately locating their strength and position. All of this was the test of the Final Trial's first level. This was a test with no handicap. It didn't look at skeletal age, cultivation, or comprehension of laws. All it tested was one's absolute strength. If one was weak, then no matter how lofty their talent was, they wouldn't be able to pass. In the past, when Lin Ming was at the Divine Lord realm, he had easily crossed this first level test. Now, at the peak of the World King realm, crossing this first level was easy. He didn't even need to enter the forest like the first time and temper himself within. He stopped in front of the forest and closed his eyes. Before him, in his mind, the forest had already disappeared. All that remained in its place was an inexhaustible number of Azura runes. For Lin Ming, no matter how great the scenery was or how powerful the beasts were, he could instantly see through to their essence. They were all things condensed from the laws. He heard a strange rumbling coming from the array formation. These were incomparably pure fluctuations of Azura energy, gently trembling. The array formation absorbed these fluctuations of energy to continue revolving. Lin Ming looked at it for a moment and then gently thrust out his finger. Pa! A rune broke upon Lin Ming's fingertip, dissipating into nothing. Then, Lin Ming pointed out his finger again and again, sometimes destroying runes and sometimes changing their position or trajectory. After doing this dozens of times, the entire array formation began to wildly shake. Then the entire forest illusion collapsed. The giant beasts lurking amongst the infinite maze of towering trees vanished in plumes of smoke, leaving nothing behind. What replaced them was a circle of energy. Within this, waves of energy surged like a night tide, forming a blue mirror surface. Lin Ming faintly smiled. This was the entrance to the second level. To pass the first level using this method was also a test of how well Lin Ming had grasped the Azura Heavenly Tao. Lin Ming stepped into this pool of energy and arrived directly at the second level. As the waves of energy flowed over him, a strange sensation filled Lin Ming's mind. He was suddenly informed of his own completion percentage, 20%. This was the same result from the first time Lin Ming had come to the final trial. It seems that 20% is the maximum percentage possible from the first level. As Lin Ming thought this, he had already stepped into the second level of the final trial. As he arrived here, he could see that the second level was slightly different from what it had been before. This was a boundless desert. Moreover, as Lin Ming arrived here, he instantly felt a suppression of laws pushing down on him. An irresistible strength enveloped his inner world. An intangible and invisible energy formed a thin film over his inner world. Of all the energy he possessed, half was locked it. The source of this was a suppression dependent on one's skeletal age. The higher a martial artist's skeletal age, the more they would be suppressed. If those ancient rulers of sects and families were to enter here, their cultivation might possibly be suppressed to less than 0.001% of their original strength, making it so that the strength they could use was even less than the juniors. Lin Ming was already several thousand years old. But his situation was special. This was because he cultivated the grand reincarnation art. When Xiang Mei entered the final trial, it was also the existence of the grand reincarnation art that gave her unparalleled strength here. With the grand reincarnation art, the growth of a martial artist's skeletal age slowed down to a snail's pace. Moreover, the Holy Scripture itself was a cultivation method on par with the Asura Heavenly Tao. Because of that, it was hard for the rules of the final trial to restrain the grand reincarnation art. As Lin Ming walked through the final trial's second level, he did so with tremendous ease. No dangers could approach within 3 feet of Lin Ming. To the current Lin Ming, the first few floors of the final trial were much simpler than an adult adding 1 and 1 together. There just wasn't anything here capable of pressuring him. Soon Lin Ming saw that at the line of the horizon, a great metal gate loomed. The gate stood tall to the heavens, as heavy and towering as mountains, solemn and majestic. The gate constantly emitted golden rays of light. Countless runes revolved around the gate. Lin Ming was extremely familiar with this gate. This was the Gate of Laws. There were often many differences during the rounds of the final trial each time. But the Gate of Laws always existed every time the final trial opened. All trial challengers had to pass through the test of the Gate of Laws. When Lin Ming arrived in front of the Gate of Laws, he could faintly hear sounds of the great Tao rumbling from within. During the last time I was here, I already passed through the Asura difficulty Gate of Laws. I wonder what it will be like this time. According to the rules of the final trial, if my results from this time cannot surpass the results I obtained from the first time, then there is nothing I can obtain. In other words, if I still enter the Asura difficulty test, there isn't any meaning to that at all. The final trial shouldn't make me pass a meaningless test. As Lin Ming thought this, he began to wait before the Gate of Laws. The Gate of Laws would only open once the majority of trial challengers participating had arrived here. But Lin Ming had been too fast. Most people hadn't even gone halfway through the first level, but Lin Ming had already completed the second level trial. Lin Ming sat down and started to meditate. In the world of the final trial, he didn't want to waste a single second. He began slowly absorbing the remnant world energy all around him to nourish his own inner world. After 20 hours, Lin Ming felt other martial artists finally approach. He swept out his divine sense and discovered that there were several groups of martial artists. He saw a deep blue spirit boat flying in from the skies. At the bow of the spirit boat, a woman in ash-gray clothes stood tall against the wind. She wore a green veil on her face, and inserted on this green veil were 3 feathers. Lin Ming had seen this woman before. When Fairy Blue Lotus arrived at the entrance to the final trial, she had led 4 disciples, 3 of them men and 1 of them a woman. This gray-clothed woman was that female disciple. From the position she stood, he could guess that she was the core figure of the 4 disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain. And beside those from Soaring Feather God Mountain, the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace had also arrived. The Good Fortune Saint Palace had poured in an exorbitant amount of resources and were able to obtain many qualification tokens. They were able to bring over 20 disciples into the final trial. Many young elites had gathered together, and at the front of them was a fat man playing with a gourd of wine. He quietly sat atop a flying rug, a calm and presumptuous smile on his face. Because of all the meat packed around his face, his 2 narrow eyes made it seem as if he were sleeping. He had already noticed that his competition from Soaring Feather God Mountain had arrived, but he simply didn't place them in his heart. We're about to arrive at the Gate of Laws. the fat man lazily said. Yes. In sharp contrast to the fat man, the other disciples of Good Fortune St. Pallas were unusually energetic and cautious. Don't forget our mission. Not only do we have to obtain the trial rewards, but we also have to find that thing. The fat man drank some wine, a flash of light crossing his narrow eyes. Chapter 1964, Change in the Spatial Gate. As the disciples from the Good Fortune St. Pallas and Soaring Feather God Mountain approached, Lin Ming stepped back and hid himself in a space distortion, completely vanishing from sight. In the final trial, wanting to distort space wasn't easy. Lin Ming relied on his understandings of the Azura laws to do so. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, we've arrived first. A young disciple from the Good Fortune St. Pallas looked at the empty scene in front of the Gate of Laws, chuckling as he spoke. The elder Senior Apprentice Brother he spoke of was naturally the fat man leading them. The fat man patted his belly. He drawled, "This isn't anything to be overly proud about. We come from the Good Fortune St. Pallas and we have the most people here. With so many of us working together, if we aren't the first group to arrive then we might as well go home and cry. Moreover, those from Soaring Feather God Mountain have also arrived." As the fat man spoke, his eyes peered into the horizon. He could see a deep blue spirit boat slowly but solidly flying towards them. That was the transportation device of Soaring Feather God Mountain's disciples. After the disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain arrived, they only spared a glance at the Good Fortune St. Pallas disciples before gathering off on another side on their own where they began to meditate. As time passed, more and more trial challengers reached the Gate of Laws. As for Lin Ming, he chose a time when most of the trial challengers had arrived to quietly appear. No one noticed an extra person amongst the throngs. After Lin Ming appeared, the Gate of Laws began to shine with an even more dazzling light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook. The Gate of Laws opened just a sliver and a horrifying aura gushed out like a tsunami. The hearts of those present quaked. The trial of the Gate of Laws was finally about to start. This was an extremely vital part of the Azura Road's final trial. The rewards dispensed at the Gate of Laws were incredibly rich. Moreover, from this point on, the results of the trial challengers would rapidly be pulled apart. The powerhouses would go higher and the weak ones would drop lower. Beneath the shroud of divine light, the gate completely opened. Within the gate was an incomparably vast starry space. 4 spatial gates were lined up in the starry space. These 4 spatial gates represented 4 difficulties. From largest to smallest, from easiest to hardest, they were the mortal step difficulty, earth step difficulty, heaven step difficulty, and also the Azura difficulty. The difficulty of the Gate of Laws was disgustingly abnormal. In the past, even the 6th revolution Shang Mei was barely able to perfectly complete the heaven step difficulty. Ha ha ha. It's finally opened. It's begun. The smaller the spatial gate, the more difficult it will be. This is one of our life's most important chances. Everyone, be a bit more cautious and give it everything you have. A sect disciple with some experience began to introduce the details of the Gate of Laws. The gazes of many trial challengers invariably drifted over to the rightmost spatial gate, the one that was also the smallest. This spatial gate was blood red, like a spinning vortex of blood. The aura it emitted caused one's heart to shake with fear and dread. Many martial artists felt a terrifying pressure just looking at it. They couldn't keep their eyes on this gate for a long period of time. Don't look, if you look too long then you'll suffer a soul wound. That gate isn't something that people can enter. An Azura Road disciple grimly said to several of his junior apprentice brothers. No one can enter? Thousands of years ago, wasn't there that monstrous genius Lin Ming who managed to perfectly pass the Azura difficulty? Is that legend true? Upon mentioning Lin Ming's name, the complexions of many martial artists changed. Lin Ming was a fabled existence within the Azura Road. In billions of years, he was the only final trial challenger who had managed to obtain a completion rate above 90%. This was a completion percentage so high it strained the neck. There were even many people that weren't willing to believe this rumor. That legend is true. Someone slowly said. The atmosphere of the field fell silent for a moment. Amongst those present, no one dared to choose the Azura difficulty. Even the Heaven Step difficulty caused people to shrink back. As for Lin Ming, not only had he chosen the Azura difficulty but he had perfectly passed it. This disparity was greater than clouds and mud. Elder senior apprentice brother, some people mentioned that boy. A disciple of the Good Fortune Saint Pallas said in a hushed whisper. To the saints, especially talents of the saints, Lin Ming was a nauseating name. Their senior, the Good Fortune Saint's son, had originally been brutally beaten down by Lin Ming. Who cares if the legend is true or not? He's already dead. The fat elder senior apprentice brother loudly spoke up. Everyone turned their heads towards him. The fat man was casually lying back on his flying rug. He unhurriedly took out a bag of fruits from his spatial ring. These fruits were the size of longans and seemed to drip with jade green juices, seeping with fragrance. Just by looking at them one could see that they were precious heavenly materials. The fat man began speaking as he popped these fruits into his mouth. His voice was a bit slurred. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Who cares how talented Lin Ming was when he was alive? It was bad enough he was born in the wrong race, but he was truly an idiot. A mere holy lord thought that he could save the divine realm. Really, I want to laugh myself to death. For my saint race, killing him was easy. The only problem was that he hid behind the protection of peak Empyreans, so we had to use a true divinity. To die by a true divinity's hands, he should be honored. The fat man lazily spoke, his words careless. As everyone heard these words, they felt various emotions in their hearts. Some felt pity for Lin Ming, but there were even more people gloating in his downfall. Where there were people, there was bound to be jealousy. In particular, geniuses hated being surpassed by others. When someone was so terrifying that no one could see their back, these people naturally hoped that something bad would happen to them. Enough with the chit-chat. Choose your gate. The fat elder senior apprentice brother waved his hand and the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Pallas began making their choice. What they chose was the Earth Step difficulty level. This difficulty level was already extraordinary. Of the many Azura Road disciples, most could only choose the Mortal Step difficulty. But then, the fat man also made his choice. He chose the Heaven Step difficulty. This was the same difficulty that Shang Mei and Xiao Moxian chose in the past. From this alone, it could be seen how hard it was. Of course, Shang Mei had perfectly completed the Heaven Step difficulty in the past. Moreover, she had done so calmly. It was impossible for the fat man to do the same, but he might be able to partially complete it. After making his choice, the fat man looked towards the disciples of Soaring Feather God Mountain. Finally, the grey-clothed woman from Soaring Feather God Mountain decided not to weaken her momentum at all. She also chose the Heaven Step difficulty. Interesting. The fat man's lips curved up in a happy and thoughtful smile. Following that, the others made their choice. No one could summon the courage to follow in the footsteps of the fat man and the grey-clothed woman, they only chose the easier difficulties. And by this time, Lin Ming still hadn't made his choice. He looked towards these four spatial gates and frowned. His divine sense repeatedly scanned the Azura difficulty spatial gate, but he didn't detect anything strange. This spatial gate was exactly the same as the one he chose in the past. After seeing that 99% of the people had chosen and the Gate of Laws trial would soon begin, Lin Ming finally started to move. But he still couldn't make a choice. However, at this time, the Gate of Laws suddenly shined with a divine brilliance once more. The earth wobbled and quaked, even fiercer than before. Everyone was panic-stricken, they had no idea what had occurred. Ka. With a great cracking sound, the void to the right of the red Azura gate suddenly split open. A vortex of energy emerged from thin air, revolving without end, stabilizing that shattered space and turning it into another spatial gate. This spatial gate was a deep blood red, and even smaller, only a fifth of the Azura-level gate's diameter. For a time, everyone was shocked. What was going on here? There were supposed to be 4 spatial gates, why had another appeared? Moreover, this spatial gate was smaller than all the other ones present. If so, this meant it was even more difficult than the Azura-level gate? Just as people thought this, someone suddenly paled as he began shivering. This new smallest spatial gate emitted a horrifying aura, one that affected his soul and nearly ruptured his spiritual sea. He quickly turned his head. Only then was he able to let out a breath of relief. Everyone looked away, no longer daring to look at the new spatial gate. How terrifying! It was like this gate contained demons. It seemed that their previous guess had been true. Then, was there anyone that could actually enter such a gate? Everyone glanced at each other in dismay. No one knew what to say. Then, a breathlessly angry voice resounded in the air. Fuck, this is such a damn tease. Everyone turned their heads. All they saw was the fat man who was eating his fruit suddenly throw the remaining fruits he had on the ground. There already isn't anyone capable of entering that damned red Azura gate, and now one with an even higher difficulty popped up out of nowhere. The brains of the final trial creator are really. As the fat man was cursing, he suddenly forcefully swallowed his last words just before he was about to say them. This was because the reputation of the Azura Roadmaster was too dazzling. The fat man didn't dare to violate this final taboo lest he incur the wrath of the Azura Heavenly Dao laws. As the fat man spoke, the light of the final spatial gate grew increasingly bright. This blinding blood-red color made everyone feel as if they were about to tumble into hell, so suffocating that they couldn't breathe. As the luminescence reached its peak, they ever feared that glancing at the final spatial gate would cause their souls to fall into chaos. And in this situation, a person's blurry figure slowly approached this final spatial gate. However, because of the shroud of blood-red light, no one was able to clearly see him. I think someone walked in. An Azura Road martial artist hesitantly said with doubt, his eyes leaking tears. His foundation was solid, his soul force was formidable, and he was also extremely curious. He persisted in looking at the new spatial gate for a little bit longer and seemed to have seen someone's figure vanish into it. Are your eyes blind? You can die in this gate of lost trial, so who would dare enter that gate? Don't joke around. Those who enter that gate are either idiots or they are trying to kill themselves. Everyone began arguing with each other. But at this time, a powerful suction force reached out from every spatial gate. These suction forces contained the power of the Azura Heavenly Dao. All of the trial challengers were sucked into the spatial gates they chose. Then, after they entered, the Gate of Laws slammed tight behind them. The trial of the Gate of Laws had officially begun. Chapter 1965, The Final Gate. After thousands of years, because Lin Ming had chosen an intensely difficult and steep road of martial arts and he had perceived the world of the universe and the world of the body to the peak, his strength hadn't risen too quickly. One could say he had done everything in perfect order. Now, facing this Gate of Laws that had never been revealed before, an unusual mood brewed in his heart. Thousands of years ago, what he had seen in the Azura-level gate was also the same. A dark blue ancient plank road stretched to the horizon, vanishing into a boundless sea of clouds. Lin Ming stepped onto this ancient plank road. On the plank road existed the remnant pressure of the Azura Roadmaster. The deeper one ventured, the greater the pressure. Lin Ming summoned the power of divinity of the 33 heavens. Within his body, his self-created universe slowly revolved. The terrifying aura of the Azura Heavenly Dao laws barraged Lin Ming's mortal body without end. This strength and this pressure was absorbed into Lin Ming's inner world. As for what Lin Ming himself had to bear, it wasn't much at all. However, the further he walked down this plank road, the greater the pressure was. Slowly, Lin Ming realized that beneath the exertion of this pressure, all of his flesh and blood was being grinded down, and his footsteps and even his breath became labored. This strength was as deep as a sea. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Ming's forehead. Lin Ming sat atop the plank road, withstanding the pressure on his body and drawing it into his self-created universe. Cracking sounds filled the air. Under this pressure, Lin Ming's inner universe began to emit the sound of breaking. He frowned. Focusing his mind, the laws of the Holy Scripture also revolved. A power of endlessness merged into Lin Ming's inner universe. Lin Ming closed his eyes, feeling the 100 tastes of 1,000 mortal generations. The great Tao of life and death, the samsara of the world, all of these feelings passed through his spiritual sea. Slowly, Lin Ming felt his inner universe not only withstand this pressure but also become constantly compacted beneath it. Originally, Lin Ming's inner universe had expanded to 3,000 miles. But in this short period just now, his inner universe was forcefully compressed by 100 miles, reduced to 2,900 miles. This sort of change left Lin Ming overjoyed. The more his inner universe shrank, the more compact it would become. Although this wouldn't increase Lin Ming's strength, it would actually be a tremendous benefit to his future martial arts growth. Slowly, Lin Ming adapted to this pressure. Then he stood up and continued forwards. He didn't worry. He moved forward slowly. Whenever he felt that he couldn't withstand the pressure, he would sit down and meditate. Each time this would take him several hours. Like this, Lin Ming's inner world constantly compressed. When Lin Ming completely passed through the plank road, his inner world had been compressed by 900 miles, making it 2,100 miles in size. By this time, a full 12 days had passed in Lin Ming's journey. At the end of the plank road existed a vast and ancient continent. At the center of this continent, numerous golden gates stood tall. These golden gates stretched to the horizon. They covered all the laws of the 33 heavens, and this was also the reason why the test from the second level to the third level was called the Gate of Laws. In the past, Lin Ming had also come to this ancient continent. These golden gates had opened one after another, and enemies who represented the great Taoists of the 33 heavens had appeared. When Lin Ming defeated all these enemies in turn, the golden gates had disappeared, leaving behind only a single final gate. When this final gate opened, the Black Azura had appeared. The Black Azura, he had ridden a great black dragon, and he had also worn deep ruby red armor. His arms and his waist had been wrapped with thick chains. When Lin Ming first came to the final trial, he had to withstand 3 spears from this opponent in order to perfectly pass the Azura level difficulty. But this time, the Gate of Laws that Lin Ming stepped into was clearly far more difficult than the Azura level gate. He had no idea just what sights would greet him. Because of the grand reincarnation art, Lin Ming's skeletal age was actually much less than his true age. This also gave him an overwhelming superiority in the final trial. The endless golden gates shivered. But none of them opened. They shivered so hard that even the entire ancient continent started to quake. Lin Ming tensed himself and raised his guard, revolving his energy to the limit. He waited for the fierce battle to begin. With all of the golden gates shaking, Lin Ming even suspected that all the enemies would rush out at him together. If that occurred, then this would truly be a brutally frigid battle. However, he didn't think that a moment later, all of those golden gates would suddenly quiet down and vanish, without a single enemy appearing. Lin Ming was surprised. He gazed around and noticed that there was only a single gate left in the entire continent. This was extremely similar to the last time Lin Ming had come to the Gate of Laws. But what was different was that Lin Ming had leapt over the test of the 33 heavens laws, passing directly to the end. Then, what would appear from this final sealed gate? Lin Ming slowly approached the gate. This gate was 1,000 feet high and as heavy as the earth. It was engraved with ancient reliefs. As Lin Ming saw these reliefs, he could no longer move his eyes away. These reliefs contained a beguiling demonic charm that was indescribable. The 1,000-foot square of reliefs seemed to contain a great universe. As Lin Ming looked upon this relief, he felt as he were gazing into a real world. The surface was engraved with daunting warriors, heaven-destroying magic tools, disintegrating worlds, and also countless demons. Some of the demons were as large as planets, and some were as small as gravel. They were all perfectly presented on this relief, making it feel unbelievable. Looking at these demons, Lin Ming felt something strange tickling his mind. This relief should be depicting a great war in ancient times between fierce demons and the rest of the intelligent life that existed. At this time, the gate suddenly opened. A horrifying divine light shot out from the slit of the opening gates, cutting through the world like the sword of a divine god. Lin Ming subconsciously narrowed his eyes. With his sense, he vigilantly prepared to begin this test at any time. When the gate opened, Lin Ming opened his eyes to see that the world around him had fallen away. He had arrived in a pure white space. This feeling was as if a world was sealed into that great gate, and after opening, this world had descended and Lin Ming had been drawn in. In the endless white was a man's back. He quietly stood there, as if he were the only one to exist in the heavens and earth. This back didn't seem like that of a phantom, but like that of a real person. Like this, with his back to Lin Ming, the man slowly stepped backwards. The moment Lin Ming saw this man, he gasped. His blood began to boil and seethe. Facing this man felt as if he were facing the entire universe. For a time, an unstoppable thought swelled up within Lin Ming's mind. He immediately understood that this person was likely the Azura Roadmaster. He was a mere 100 feet away from Lin Ming. Lin Ming could clearly feel the waves of aura that washed off his body. The man turned around. As he did so, a bright halo of light wrapped around him, blurring his face and making it impossible to clearly see his appearance. The man raised his right hand. What floated above it was a slowly spinning galaxy. This galaxy seemed ethereal and unreal, as if it contained the infinite mysterious changes of the universe. At this time, the man gave off a feeling as if he were the source of the universe's laws, the singular epicenter of the 33 heavenly das. The Azura Roadmaster, was he the Azura Roadmaster? Lin Ming was left dazed for a moment. His heart began to race. The legendary Azura Roadmaster that was said to possess unparalleled strength now stood in front of him. It was like this was all a dream. Could it be the Azura Roadmaster was planning on giving him the final test? In the past, when Lin Ming passed through the Azura level difficulty, his final test had been to face the Black Azura. Lin Ming had speculated that the Black Azura was the Azura Roadmaster's avatar or an incarnation. And where he was now was a difficulty far higher than the Azura level. It could even be said to be a gate of laws that was specifically opened for Lin Ming. The examiner of this gate of laws was actually the Azura Roadmaster himself. In the past, the Azura Roadmaster's incarnation had been at the true divinity level. As for the Azura Roadmaster's true self, he had likely surpassed the realm of true divinity. Senior. Lin Ming took a deep breath and respectfully bowed. In truth, he had already guessed that the man in front of him was not the true Azura Roadmaster, but a wisp of will that he had left behind in the past. Just what kind of test would he hand down? Lin Ming didn't know what it would be, but he knew it would be difficult beyond imagination. Chapter 1966, Debate in the Void. In the past, when Lin Ming faced the Black Azura examiner, he had to withstand 3 attacks. Then, if the Azura Roadmaster had come to personally conduct this test, would it also be a battle? If he were to fight with the Azura Roadmaster's true self, what sort of scene would that be? All sorts of thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind. But, what he knew was that regardless of what the result of the test was, the test itself was a great lucky chance. At this time, the Azura Roadmaster slowly walked towards Lin Ming. He gazed at Lin Ming. Even when wrapped in dreamy threads of fog, his profoundly deep eyes were still incomparably clear. Through these eyes, Lin Ming seemed to see dimensions of universes being born and destroyed within them. And now, within these eyes, what was actually reflected was Lin Ming. This clear image was like a mirror, perfectly reflecting Lin Ming's demeanor and appearance. Then, the Azura Road Master arrived in front of him. By this time, the Azura Road Master was only 100 feet away from Lin Ming. He didn't say a single word but quietly looked on. The Azura Road Master didn't emit any aura. In fact, he seemed the same as an average mortal person. However, Lin Ming could actually feel a mind-boggling depth of strength from his body. He knew that this shot came from the Azura Road Master's body, from the inner universe he possessed. Like a mortal suddenly arrived in the boundless sea of stars, even when facing the starry space they wouldn't feel any pressure nor would they feel the aura of the stars, but just by facing it, they would be shocked by how vast and beautiful it was. Lin Ming held his breath, quietly waiting for the Azura Road Master to give him his test. At this time, the Azura Road Master raised a hand. With his hand in the air, he used his finger as a pen and began to draw an arc in the void. This winding line was like a small snake. From start to finish, it formed a perfect circle. Then, the Azura Road Master lowered his finger and started to trace a new line. Then, the third and fourth. The Azura Road Master continued to draw marks. These marks floated in the void, pale and light, like ripples of water in the air. Slowly, these marks seemed to blend together with the world, becoming intangible and invisible. If the average person were to come here, they wouldn't even be able to see the Azura Road Master's finger. But Lin Ming was able to revolve the Azura Heavenly Tao within him to the limit and see these ripple-like marks. In truth, they were forming runes. These were Azura Heavenly Tao runes. The Azura Road Master was drawing runes, and the clear purpose was that he was preparing them for Lin Ming. Then, Lin Ming understood. These runes could be called his own exam page. The test that the Azura Road Master was giving him was not a battle of strength, but a debate of the laws. To debate with the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming took a deep breath, feeling this a bit inconceivable. He never thought the test method would be like this. He was well aware that this would be a tremendous challenge for him, but at the same time a rare opportunity. These were runes personally drawn by the Azura Road Master, the most essential manifestation of the Azura Heavenly Tao. At this time, the Azura Road Master had stopped drawing. He held his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ming, waiting for his reply. Lin Ming took a deep breath, completely bringing his mind to tranquility. He carefully observed these Heavenly Tao runes. They were relatively simple amongst the Azura Heavenly Tao. It seemed that at the very start, the Azura Road Master didn't raise too difficult a problem. Or, in the eyes of the Azura Road Master, a junior like Lin Ming could be sufficiently proud in comprehending the laws to such a degree at such an age. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. Within his eyes, these runes branded themselves in his spiritual sea where they were rapidly analyzed. After several reincarnations, Lin Ming had tempered himself in the bustle of the mortal plane and his state of mind had reached near perfection. He had even partially fused the concepts of the Holy Scripture into the Azura Scripture. Now, Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura Sutra had in truth begun to gradually separate from the Azura laws created by the Azura Road Master, as he stepped onto a different path. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming no longer simply accepted and studied the Azura Sutra, but was comprehending a version that belonged to himself. After sitting in meditation for half an hour, Lin Ming finally moved. Rays of energy gathered on his fingertip. Using his finger as a pen, Lin Ming began to portray his own Azura Heavenly Tao lines. One stroke after another, the lines drawn by Lin Ming began to intersect with those left behind by the Azura Road Master. Compared to a heaven-shaking and world-destroying scene that would occur when top supreme elders fought, this confrontation of writing could be called simple and mediocre with nothing wonderful or dazzling about it. However, reality was different. When the lines of the Azura Heavenly Tao that Lin Ming drew connected with those drawn by the Azura Road Master, a brilliant burst of light flashed out, impacting into the heavens like a divine pillar of light. A martial artist's cultivation method was in truth a manifestation of the laws. As for drawing runes, they were the condensation of the laws. They contained a terrifying momentum, in no way weaker than the cultivation method itself. When two martial artists who had reached extremely high attainments in the comprehension of laws began to engage in a vigorous debate using law lines, although the eruption wouldn't sweep through the world with energy that could shatter planets, it would still emit a horrifying aura and momentum that was similar to a martial artist's billowing blood vitality during the heat of battle. As it lit up the skies, its glory could compete with the sun and moon. Ka. Lin Ming's drawing speed became increasingly fast. The void of the final trial unexpectedly seemed as if it couldn't withstand the pressure of Lin Ming's strokes, connecting with the Azura Road Masters. With a crisp sound, it seemed to crack open. Then, the Azura Road Master's complexion changed. He never thought that the law lines he casually drew up would arouse such an intense fighting momentum from a junior. It seemed that he had underestimated this junior. Seeing the lines he drew being slowly swallowed up, the Azura Road Master's lips curved up. He smiled, and this was also a smile of appreciation and admiration. To have the Azura Road Master, a man who once stood at the peak of the 33 heavens and ruled over the ancient era, show appreciation towards someone else, this was enough to leave behind a legend. At this time, the Azura Road Master took a step forwards. He took out a spear from his spatial ring. He began to use this spear as a pen to draw the lines of the Azura Heavenly Tao. This time, the Azura Road Master's drawn lines were much denser. Every line tore through the void, galloping like horses, filled with endlessly daring spirit and majesty. Lin Ming began to heat up with excitement. He also drew out the Black Dragon Spear and engaged in a vigorous debate with the Azura Road Master. Lin Ming's drawings were soft and supple, continuous and without end. As the two fought, it was like the sun and moon battling for supremacy. This was a fierce confrontation. If an outsider were to see it, they would be dumbfounded. In their opinion, it was unimaginable for people to be able to engage in such an incredible debate of the laws. It should be said that they would never imagine fighting could occur in such a way. Only peak laws like the Azura Heavenly Tao, and only with someone who understood the Azura Heavenly Tao to such a deep degree like Lin Ming, would be able to engage in such a splendid duel of laws. As time passed, Lin Ming noticed that he was slowly starting to fall behind. But at the same time, the appreciative smile on the Azura Road Master's face became increasingly wide and vibrant. The truth was that the Azura Road Master had only been using an infinitesimally portion of his strength. He had probed Lin Ming, and after discovering that Lin Ming was much stronger than he had anticipated, he had then begun to slowly increase the strength behind the laws he drew. Like this, Lin Ming was naturally worn down the longer they went. Ka. A connection of lines. Beads of sweat poured down Lin Ming's forehead. The lines he drew were swallowed up in massive amounts. Some strokes he drew shattered, turning into law fragments that scattered away in the void. After all of Lin Ming's drawings exploded, the Azura Road Master faintly chuckled and put away his long spear. And at this time, Lin Ming's body had reached exhaustion and he nearly slumped to the ground. A battle of laws didn't use energy, but it was an enormous consumption of one's soul force and mental strength. After Lin Ming had gone through several incarnations, his spiritual sea had been tempered enough that he could last until now. He held himself up with the Black Dragon Spear, taking great heaving breaths. And at this time, in front of him, the Azura Road Master lifted his finger and began to draw once more in the void. This time, the Azura Road Master's drawing speed was extremely slow. His writing had become pale again. But the things he drew up were entirely different from what he drew just a while ago. Originally, the Azura Road Master's writings had contained a deep and profound Buddha-killing intent, swift and fierce, aggressive beyond belief. But now, the things the Azura Road Master drew up were soft and restrained, but also contained the great Tao of the world. They were things that were hard to feel, that were elusive to the mind. Without a doubt, the depth of the laws that the Azura Road Master drew this time were on a higher level than those he drew just then. Lin Ming gazed upon these law runes. Although he didn't immediately understand them, he could feel that these runes were all incomplete. Incomplete rune after incomplete rune was drawn up by the Azura Roadmaster, as if he were waiting for someone to fill them, make them whole again. Could this be my test question? Lin Ming suddenly understood. The Azura Roadmaster was waiting for him to complete these runes. If he could accomplish this, that was the same as passing the test. Perhaps this was also the final topic. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to complete these runes. He sat down where he was and entered the fused martial intent state, meditating. He completely entered the ethereal state. After several hours of meditation, his soul force had slowly restored to its peak. Then, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes and began to perceive these runes. In front of Lin Ming hung a total of 33 runes, just enough to represent the laws of the 33 heavens. Slowly, Lin Ming forgot the passage of time, forgot himself, forgot all else. He completely sunk his mind into these mysterious law runes. Within each rune seemed to be a phantom of the Azura Roadmaster. Lin Ming could faintly feel that these phantoms were incarnations left behind by the Azura Roadmaster in the past. And these runes contained the complete summarized understandings of the Azura Roadmaster's knowledge of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1967, Completing the Laws. Every rune that the Azura Roadmaster drew up was only missing a very small part. Even so, making up this tiny part was as difficult as ascending to heaven. As Lin Ming was intoxicated in his enlightened state, the Azura Roadmaster slowly stepped back. He gently waved his hand and an energy enchantment fell over the world. This enchantment changed the flow of time. The Azura Roadmaster's understandings of the time laws had reached an incomprehensible degree. When he changed the flow of time, he could even avoid the distortion of laws that occurred in the enchantment, allowing Lin Ming to perceive the laws as he practiced his cultivation method. Tragic Death Valley had been such a situation. The flow of time within Tragic Death Valley had been at a 10-to-1 ratio compared to the outside world. Currently, this time enchantment sped up time to an even more incredible degree, achieving a ratio of 30-to-1. 3 days outside represented 3 months within the time enchantment. This was a time extension given to Lin Ming by the Azura Roadmaster. In order to make up the missing parts of these runes, that was something that required more than a few days and nights. But, the final trial actually had a time limit, and once the time limit was reached, everyone within would be transmitted outside. As Lin Ming was diligently perceiving the laws, within the space of the final trial, other people were slowly passing the Gate of Laws. The Gate of Laws was the tunnel that connected the second level to the third level. After the Gate of Laws was the third level, and the third level had no dangers, only rewards. If some people didn't have full faith they could overcome the fourth level, then they could withdraw to the third level until the final trial was over. More and more people arrived at the third level. The first martial artists that appeared were those who had chosen the mortal step difficulty. Afterwards, more and more trial challengers appeared. They gathered at the end of the Gate of Laws, discussing their harvests and experiences during their trials. Many of them beamed with joy. With so many juniors gathered together, it was natural for them to begin comparing who was better and worse. And as all of these people were discussing, the Heaven Step level Gate of Laws began to tremble. All of the martial artists looked over. As they saw the Heaven Step Gate of Laws begin vibrating, their eyes started to shine with awe. They faintly guessed just what was occurring. Ka ka ka. As the Gate of Laws opened, a woman rushed out. She seemed a bit distressed, her clothes were torn in many areas and there was even a trail of blood flowing from the corners of her lips. This person was the gray-clothed woman from Soaring Feather God Mountain. She had succeeded in passing the Heaven Step Gate of Laws. This was the same difficulty that Shang Mei had chosen in the past. Although it was impossible for the gray-clothed woman to perfectly pass it, she could be more than proud of her current accomplishments. Then, the Heaven Step Gate of Laws began to shake once more. Another figure rushed out from the Gate of Laws. This time, it was the fat elder senior apprentice brother from the Good Fortune St. Palace. There were many marks on his body and his face was a bit purple. Even so, the fat man's face was shining with a smile and his mood was excellent. Elder senior apprentice brother came out. Seeing the fat man come out, the Good Fortune St. Palace's disciples hurriedly stepped forwards. How much did senior apprentice brother complete? Seeing the fat man's good mood, some people quickly asked. Not much, just around 80%. The fat man casually said. But, as these words fell into the ears of others, this left them dumbfounded. An 80% completion rate of the 7-step difficulty, this result left everyone feeling flabbergasted. In the world of martial artists, power was worshipped above all. This fat man might not be pleasing to look at or listen to, but he came from the Good Fortune St. Palace and his strength was extraordinary, naturally powerful. The fat man chuckled. In this final trial, he could be called the leading player. He looked at the gray-clothed woman standing not too far away. She frowned. Her result was somewhat worse than the fat man's. And, the results of her subordinates were faintly inferior to the other disciples of the Good Fortune St. Palace. There simply wasn't anything that could be done about this. Soaring Feather God Mountain was a hidden sect and couldn't compare to the Good Fortune St. Palace that held absolute control over all resources of the saints. Let's begin and choose our rewards, the fat man said with high spirits. The third level of the final trial was completely covered with immortal palaces. Every immortal palace held treasures and the trial challengers could enter them according to the total completion percentage they had obtained so far. The moment he chose his reward, the fat man had a strange tingling feeling at the back of his mind. He turned around and looked at the blood-red gate on the right side of the Azura level gate, the one that was smallest. This spatial gate emitted fluctuations of energy that shook the heart, as if something earth-shaking was occurring within. If one had to forcefully describe this new fifth gate of laws that had appeared, then calling it the gate of hell would be the most appropriate. After Azura was hell. For some unknown reason, the fat man was a bit uneasy as he stared at this spatial gate. Time passed, day after day. Within the Gate of Laws, Lin Ming continued to feel out the runes that the Azura Roadmaster had left behind. After 3 months, Lin Ming still hadn't attempted filling in these 33 runes. He had drawn countless deductions in the air, but all of them had dissipated in failure. These deductions consumed a tremendous amount of mental strength. Even though Lin Ming's soul force had been tempered for such a long time, he still had to regularly stop and meditate to restore himself. A 4th month, 5th month, soon, half a year passed. From deep in his trance, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly popped open. His 2 pupils gleamed like bright stars. He lifted his hand and finally drew in a key part on the first rune. And after he drew this, he felt the entire rune come to life, slowly starting to change. It turned into a burning flame. This flame began to beat with an unusual tempo. This was the fire of the universe's most source great Tao. Although it wasn't too blazing, every flame that Lin Ming had ever experienced in his life, whether it was fires of the forests, fires beneath the earth, fires of the sun, the fires of jealousy or the fires of hate, every fire had their shadow within this beating flame. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and then drew another stroke. As this stroke went down, the feeling of the rune changed again. In this rune, Lin Ming could see flashing thunder. This was a vast sea covered with dark skies, with violent winds rising from all over. A terrifying sort of thunder cut through the skies like the spear of a divine god, destroying all things in its way. The thunder changed without end. From time to time it was brutal, from time to time it was quick. Lin Ming even saw thunder souls and thunder sources amongst them, the most essential force of the power of thunder. Even the different types of thunder that he absorbed with the heretical god tree began to flash before him. As if struck with inspiration, Lin Ming drew a third stroke. With this stroke, thunder and flame seemed to fuse as one. This was the core of Lin Ming's heretical god force, the fusion of thunder and flame. When Lin Ming first stepped on the road of martial arts, he had relied on Thunderfire Annihilation to recklessly sweep his way through the South Horizon region. Now, Lin Ming had become aware of the highest Azura Heavenly Dao laws, opening up his own road of martial arts. He smoothed out and paved the laws he comprehended. Lin Ming fell quiet. Then, he added several more strokes to this rune, making it even more perfect. Next, Lin Ming turned to a second rune. This time he didn't take too long. After a mere hour, he moved. His fingertip was filled with the power of divinity from the 33 heavens. He drew out a trace of blue. As this line appeared, the surrounding space twisted up. Light was swallowed, vanishing without a trace. This simple stroke had caused a mutation in the space laws. He continued without stopping. With a turn of his pen, he drew out another stroke. This stroke was purple and gave off an extremely strange feeling, as if it weren't a marking but the endless vicissitudes of time itself. These two markings were respectively the manifestations of space and time. Lin Ming drew all his comprehensions of space and time into this rune. Lin Ming's pen didn't stop there. He drew line after line, causing space and time to be muddled and distorted, making it impossible to distinguish its size, making it impossible to distinguish whether it came from the past or future. Within Lin Ming's writing, time and space also fused as one. In truth, the Azura Road Master's incomplete runes had no singular answer. As long as Lin Ming could fuse the laws he learned into the 33 heavens Azura laws and complete the runes, then he would pass. Lin Ming started to draw upon the third rune. This time, countless starlights seemed to fall with the stroke of his pen. Every movement seemed to depict a star. These stars became more and more realistic. As they floated in the void, 7 were bright and 2 were dark. Faintly, Dao palaces lay atop these stars. These were the 9 stars of the Dao Palace that Lin Ming had comprehended. In the past, the Azura Road Master's 33 incarnations had comprehended the great Daos of the 33 heavens. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace was one of these. Lin Ming's understandings of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace were fused into the Azura rune. Stroke after stroke, Lin Ming tirelessly and diligently drew. Every drawing Lin Ming made resonated with the laws around him. As his inner world sympathetically resonated with the surrounding laws, it was also baptized. The great Tao was boundless and the laws were infinite. Lin Ming's inner world compressed once more, and this compression was even more thorough than before. His inner world was now only 1,000 miles. Compared to the 3,000 miles it was when he first entered the Gate of Laws, it was 3 times smaller. Even the gaps that had been left over in Lin Ming's self-created world began to be eliminated during this compression. Lin Ming's condition became increasingly vivid. The pen he wielded seemed to fly as the power of divinity wildly gushed out. His mental strength also entered an impassioned state. He even fused in the awareness he had gained after reincarnating several times, the enlightenment of the samsara of life and death, of the changes and emotions of mortals. All of these things were fused into the runes. The Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra were originally top cultivation methods that lay at the peak of martial arts. In so many billions of years, Lin Ming was the only one able to achieve such high attainments in both cultivation methods. Even so, it was extremely difficult for him to fuse them together. But today, after Lin Ming entered this utterly entranced state, he had forcefully added the charm of the concepts of life and death into these Azura Heavenly Dao runes. Under these actions, the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra began to subtly unify, becoming increasingly close. Rune after rune was completed. Yet Lin Ming didn't complete the runes in order but was wildly drawing where his instinct brought him, as if he were drawing some splendid yet incomprehensible work of art. Suddenly, Lin Ming felt that the laws he wrote down had neared perfection. In the final moment, his beautiful writings swerved like dragons and snakes, completing the final stroke. In that instant Lin Ming fell to his knees in exhaustion. But in front of him, the aura of the heavenly Tao that had been suppressed for so long suddenly shot into the skies like a pillar of divine light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder flashed and flames billowed. The void shook. The 33 Azura heavenly Dao runes that dangled in the air began shining together, their divine light pouring into the world as if a spiritual god was being born. The world filled with the most mystical brilliance of the great Tao. Lin Ming had finally completed all 33 Azura runes. Shwa! The time enchantment opened. The Azura Road Master looked at the utterly exhausted Lin Ming and also the 33 Azura runes that shimmered in front of him. A look of praise filled his eyes. The law runes that Lin Ming filled in might not be perfect, but to the Azura Road Master, his work had completely surpassed the limitations of a world king-level martial artist. Even a true divinity might not be able to accomplish this. This wasn't because Lin Ming's strength had reached the level of a true divinity, but because during his last several reincarnations his understands of the laws had reached an unbelievable degree. In addition to all the lucky chances he had ever obtained working in tandem with him, he had been able to complete all of this. Chapter 1968, Entering the Immortal Palace once more. The time enchantment had already disappeared. Lin Ming looked at the 33 Azura heavenly Dao runes that floated in the air. The inherent true meaning of the runes was something Lin Ming had yet to completely understand. This is for you. At this time, an illusionary voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind. He turned to see the one speaking. It was the Azura Road Master. He spoke using the ancient common language of the 33 heavens. The ancient words were directly thrust into Lin Ming's spiritual sea through spiritual strength. This was the first time Lin Ming had heard the Azura Road Master send a message. Before this, the Azura Road Master had only looked at Lin Ming or smiled at him with appreciation. As the Azura Road Master spoke, the 33 runes dissipated into 33 wisps of golden light that sank into Lin Ming's body. These runes locked themselves into Lin Ming's flesh and blood, becoming a part of his body. The 33 Azura runes possessed a strength in themselves. As they fused into Lin Ming's flesh and blood, he could feel them forming a strange connection with each other. His bodily strength was directly increased and his understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao became far more profound. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. Lin Ming was happily surprised. And as he spoke, he saw the Azura Road Master turn to leave. Senior, could you wait a moment? Lin Ming had many things he wanted to speak to the Azura Road Master about. For instance, questions about the Dark Abyss, whether or not the Azura Road Master himself and the creator of the Holy Scripture were alive or dead, or the truth about the Great War of the ancient races 10 billion years ago, or why the primal god race had to suffer such a pitiful fate. The 33 heavens and the Azura Road Master shared a deep karma together. Now, with the 33 heavens undergoing a great calamity, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor were both hatching their own plots, hoping to subvert the world with their ambitions of swallowing up the 33 heavens. With chaos and clouds rising from all directions, if the Azura Road Master were truly still alive, would he just sit idly by and do nothing? As Lin Ming shouted out, the Azura Road Master didn't stop. His figure gradually faded away. At the same time, ancient words echoed into Lin Ming's mind once more. In truth, you saying anything to me is meaningless. The future is not something given to you, but something that you struggle for yourself. Behind the backs of enemies you defeat lies your own road of growth. The peak of martial arts has never been something that you can reach by piling up resources or accumulating your background. Rather, it is something you slaughter towards even as you slowly explore your way towards it. When the vast cosmos of the 33 heavens surges with chaos, that is a time when heroes pour forth from the ranks of creation. A calamity to end the world may be a graveyard for the weak, but it will also set the stage for the strong. I am only a guardian here, a wisp of divine sense left behind by my true self. As for your reward, it is kept for you in the immortal palace. Take it yourself. As the Azura Road Master spoke, his figure had already vanished. For a time, Lin Ming was the only person left over in the endless white world. To struggle myself, find the road of growth behind the backs of my enemies. A world-ending calamity is the graveyard of the weak but also the stage of the strong. Lin Ming slowly mulled over the Azura Road Master's words. The Soul Emperor had once spoken similar words to him, and although the Soul Emperor was his enemy, his words weren't wrong either. Shwa! Then, the deep white space tore apart and a spinning spatial gate emerged from thin air. This was the exit. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stepped towards his future. At this time, in the third level of the Azura Road's final trial, a group of martial artists that weren't able to enter the fourth level had gathered here. Some of them were meditating and some of them were perceiving the laws. But there were also many people that were bored out of their minds and were fumbling about, randomly boasting to each other. Do you all think that after the saints deal with the humans, they will then move against the Spiritas? There's a chance. The limelight of the saints is too bright right now, especially since they swallowed up humanity and have recklessly plundered their resources. They are naturally strong to begin with, otherwise how could the Good Fortune Saint Palace have developed so quickly in these last several thousand years? I think that the saints have already surpassed the Spiritas. You're not wrong. The Spiritas have been silent for far too long. But when you look at the saints, not only do they have the Good Fortune Saint Palace shocking the stage, but they even have innumerable geniuses beneath them. That fat man from the Good Fortune Saint Palace might not be able to achieve 80%, but he might be able to reach 78 to 79%. As for that grey-clothed woman, at most she'll be a tiny bit lower. As everyone was gossiping, at this time, the space around them began to violently shake. What's happening? Someone cried out in alarm. All those that were sitting in meditation immediately woke up. They leapt up from the ground, all of them raising their guards. They began to panic. Originally, they had heard that the third level was safe, but who knew if some accident could occur? As everyone was at a loss, they could see that at the exit from the Gate of Laws, the rightmost gate of hell was beginning to rapidly revolve. A wild and fierce energy gushed out from the Gate of Hell. This Gate of Hell already emitted a terrifying aura, making it impossible to look at. Otherwise one's spiritual sea would suffer great damage and they might even lose their soul. And at this time, the Gate of Hell's changes caused the martial artists present to feel a tremendous pressure. Many of them started to drip with a cold sweat. Whoosh! A divine beam of light shot out from the Gate of Hell, breaking towards the horizon. In the skies above the third level, countless immortal palaces floated in the air. These immortal palaces were of different sizes. According to the completion that a trial challenger had attained so far, they could enter different immortal palaces. And at this time, the divine light that shot out from the Gate of Hell rushed towards the largest immortal palace. This immortal palace was the size of a small planet and was extremely far from the ground. Many martial artists were stunned. What was going on here? The Gate of Hell had changed, shooting out an arc of divine light towards that planet-sized immortal palace. Looking carefully, this beam of divine light seemed to become a tunnel of light. This tunnel lasted for an incense stick of time. Then, it slowly vanished. As this divine light vanished, the area it originated from, the Gate of Hell, also quieted down. The spatial gate began to slow down, shrinking in size until it contracted into a sphere of light that collapsed into nothingness. As for the other four spatial gates beside that Gate of Hell, they continued to slowly spin. As if that spatial gate had never existed to begin with and it had all been an illusion. What was that just now? Many martial artists looked at each other in dismay, not sure what had occurred. A tunnel of light shot out from the Gate of Hell towards the planet-sized immortal palace. Some people muttered. This situation inevitably caused them to speculate. But, because these speculations were too ridiculous and simply impossible, they couldn't help but say, it shouldn't be that someone emerged from the Gate of Hell and entered that immortal palace along the path of light? That's impossible. Someone immediately denied. Let alone the Gate of Hell that just appeared, even passing the Azura level gate is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just several thousand years ago, even that monstrous freak Lin Ming was likely bloodied from head to toe when he passed the Azura level gate. Moreover, Lin Ming is already dead. Although we can be called geniuses, reality is reality. Compared to that monstrous freak, not to mention us, even the fat man from the Good Fortune St. Palace is unqualified to match up with him. Amongst us, how could someone just casually appear that could pass through that gate of hell? It shouldn't be that someone passed through the gate of hell. I think that there were some mutations in the final gate of law that we cannot understand. That might have been the gate of laws trying to send some treasure to that immortal palace. As everyone began wildly theorizing, they dismissed the previous ridiculous idea they had. And at this time, Lin Ming had already arrived at the immortal palace. He had come to this planet-sized immortal palace before. He could see the same blue stone road ascending to the horizon. Lin Ming began walking up. Previously, Lin Ming had enlightened himself on the power of the great Tao that was left behind in the blue stone road. This time, he walked up even faster. He used a mere quarter hour to arrive at the end of the blue stone road. Here, in front of him, was a completely dark space. The last time Lin Ming was here, he had obtained the Azura blood from that dark space. But what would be here this time? Lin Ming took several deep breaths and lifted his foot, stepping into that separate space. Chapter 1969, World Seed. This separate space was something Lin Ming was already familiar with. It was filled with a faint mist. The mist wasn't ordinary, it consisted of the three great source energies of the universe: Grand Mist Energy, Genesis Energy, and Spirit Source. Just a single wisp was incredibly valuable. Even this immortal palace didn't hold too much of it. But at this time, these three great source energies wasn't the noticeable treasure within the void. Within these twining energies, a crystal was quietly suspended in the air. This crystal emitted a dark black light as if it were a black hole. Any light that flowed towards the crystal was drawn towards it, and even the three great source energies began to slowly merge towards it. As if it was the source of all laws in the universe. Lin Ming cautiously stretched out his divine sense towards this crystal. To his amazement, even his sense was absorbed by it. He quickly drew back his sense. But after a brief probe, Lin Ming was able to grasp the strange aura around the crystal. This sort of aura was actually somewhat similar to the magic cubes. But compared to the magic cube, the aura of this crystal was far, far weaker. Just what is this? Lin Ming was at a loss for what to do. But at this time, the ancient voice echoed within his spiritual sea once more. What lies before you is the condensed source energies of the universe. At a certain day, at a certain time, let it absorb the scattered world power from a shattered world. It will slowly store power, and when it reaches a critical point, it will completely explode. All of the matter, energy, and heavenly Tao laws stored within will spill out, slowly evolving into a new universe. This is the Big Bang of a universe. Devour the old world and allow it to perish, giving birth to a new world. This is the future evolution of this crystal, you can call it a world seed. As the Azura Road Master's voice echoed out, his heart shook. World seed. This mysterious crystal could evolve into its own world. Lin Ming faintly recalled that in the past, there were people who speculated that the three divine tools, the magic cube, Grand Mist Spirit Bead, and Purple Card, were all world seeds. If the three of them could evolve into true worlds, they could turn the universes of the 33 heavens into 36 heavens. If so, then it wasn't strange for this world seed in Lin Ming's hand to have an aura similar to that of the magic cube. It was only that the black crystal's aura was much weaker than the magic cube's. If the magic cube was able to evolve into a massive universe the size of one of the 33 heavens, then this black crystal could only evolve into a sub-universe, such as one of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. But even this sub-universe was amazing enough. Out of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, each one contained countless planets and stars. Even if an Empyrean-level powerhouse were to spend the entirety of their life exploring such a sub-universe, they would never be able to explore every area. The reward for this gate of laws is actually a world seed. It seems that Senior Azura has already seen my road of martial arts. Lin Ming touched his own stomach. This was where his own self-created universe was biting. During his last several reincarnations, his inner universe had grown stronger and larger. And after being compressed by the laws, this inner universe would surely develop into a terrifying world in the future. If Lin Ming could reach the boundary of the Azura Roadmaster or the Holy Scripture Creator, then this universe would turn into a world on par with the Azura Road or the Akashic Dream universe. And if Lin Ming could surpass the boundary of those two existences, then this universe would become even more unimaginable. But in order for Lin Ming's universe to develop to that level, it required a tremendous period of time as well as a massive amount of world power. To breed a universe, it would take billions of years as the base numeral. If Lin Ming had to rely only on himself to absorb world power, then his speed would be extremely slow. Moreover, the world power that Lin Ming absorbed would be impure, far inferior to this world seed in front of him. Senior Azura saw that I was breeding a world within me, and thus he gave me a world seed. If I were to place this world seed in my own inner universe, then cultivating my inner universe would be twice as fast with half the effort. Thinking of this, Lin Ming was overjoyed, as well as grateful towards the Azura Roadmaster. For him, this was an impossibly good reward. Lin Ming brought his hands together. Beneath the movement of his fingers, flows of energy and Azura Law runes fluttered about, wrapping around this world seed. The Azura Laws pulled the world seed into Lin Ming's inner universe. When this world seed completely sank into Lin Ming's body, he suddenly felt his inner universe begin to form a vortex of matter, energy, and laws. Originally, if Lin Ming wanted to absorb world power, he had to sit down and meditate, breathing in and out the strength around him. He would choose the core of a large planet and meditate within where the world power was the richest and purest. But now, Lin Ming seemed to have gained a black hole within his body. The world seed spontaneously absorbed world power from his surroundings. There was no need for Lin Ming to control it. However, this world power not only flowed into Lin Ming's inner universe. A greater portion of it was directly sucked into the world seed. Even a part of strength that was originally Lin Ming's own world power was swallowed up by this world seed. Seeing this, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. This world seed was in truth an extremely dangerous item. It could be called a growing black hole. It would absorb a massive amount of world power in order to prepare for the Big Bang explosion of a universe. If he couldn't control it well enough, then his own inner universe would be swallowed by it. I must refine it before it grows up and have it serve me completely. Finally, I should fuse it into my own inner world and turn it into a part of my body. Lin Ming thought, forming a clear direction in his mind. However, wanting to refine this world seed wasn't simple at all. It would require a great amount of time and energy and would take at least several hundred years. It's time to go to the next level. As Lin Ming thought this, he stepped out of the planet-sized immortal palace. The back exit of every immortal palace in the third level corresponded to the entrance to the fourth level. At the fourth level, the dangers would rise to a whole new degree. Of course, to Lin Ming, this wasn't a problem at all. Space and time turned upside down. The planet-sized immortal palace vanished and Lin Ming found himself floating above a vast wilderness. Taking a broad view of everything, it was all gloomy lands and exposed rocks. The thin and sparse grass covered the land like cracked skin, making this world seem bleak and desolate. The moment Lin Ming stepped onto this wilderness, he felt a suppression from the laws. His inner world was imprisoned and his cultivation was pushed down. Lin Ming ruefully smiled at this. In the past, when he came out to adventure, he had done so with the status of a junior, and was even considered young amongst all juniors. As for smelting trials, they often compared talent but not absolute strength. Thus, a suppression that came from skeletal age was relatively common amongst them. But to Lin Ming, the suppression that came from these laws was advantageous to him instead. Many opponents that were more powerful than he was were forced onto an even ground, and on even terms, even Seoul Empress Shangmei was inferior to Lin Ming. But now that several millennia had passed, Lin Ming had actually become a senior instead, and now he was the one being suppressed by the laws. Lin Ming slowly walked into the wilderness, looking for the entrance to the 5th level. As long as he passed the 5th level, then there would be the mysterious 6th level. And to open that, he needed the 3 Emperor Jades of Fate. Lin Ming had already collected all 3. This was also the ultimate goal, the reason he came to the Azura Road's final trial. As Lin Ming was exploring the 4th level, in an area thousands of miles away, a group of Saint Race disciples in uniform outfits were carefully searching a swamp. These Saint Race disciples were from the Good Fortune Saint Palace. This swamp was extremely muddy and thick. In the past, it might have been the core of a lush and vibrant forest. But after 10 billion years, the forest had long since vanished, leaving behind nothing but thick mud. This decaying mud was already as deep as a sea and also exuded bubbles of rancid poisonous gas. These poisonous gases were formed when variation plant species or powerful poisonous spirit insects or beasts died. If a divine sea martial artist were to take a single breath of this, then they would die a violent and gruesome death. Is it really here? A Good Fortune Saint Palace disciple frowned. Even though a martial artist was capable of adapting to their environment, it was still incredibly difficult to withstand such an atmosphere for several days on end. Every day they would have to battle with the tarry mud and poisonous insects, and also guard against the toxic bugs and sneak attacks from snakes that appeared from time to time. The excessive mental tension easily left one in an exhausted state. And even after searching for so many days, they still hadn't found what they wanted. This made them all wonder, could something on the level of what they wanted to find actually be buried in such a disgusting swamp? Shut up! Do you want to die? The fat man said. His normally lazy and half-closed eyes suddenly burst open with a terrifying light. This disciple who spoke fell silent. He followed behind the fat man, holding a small red ball in his hand as he continued his search. This small red ball was the searching tool that the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples used. Upon closer inspection, one would see that this small red ball was alive. It wriggled around, a mass of flesh and blood. Everyone here was well aware that this mission was the main and most important reason they were at this final trial. Once they completed it and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign rewarded them, all of them would prosper and rise. Moreover, they would even obtain a special reward. This special reward was something they longed for even in their dreams. But if they failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. These disciples were not ordinary Saint Race martial artists, they had a great and horrifying secret in their bodies. This was a special measure they had also taken in order to increase their strength as much as possible, but it was also because of this that there was a hidden danger within them. If the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't help and this hidden danger were to erupt, then they would live lives worse than death. Thus, all of them had already burned away all paths of retreat. They would either succeed or they would die doing so. This Blackwater swamp was extremely broad, thousands of miles in diameter. The disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace had searched for 6 or 7 days on end, but they had only managed to search 60% of it. By this time, many trial challengers had gathered at the entrance towards the 5th level. They had passed the 4th level's test and were waiting for the entrance to the 5th level to open. This situation left the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples somewhat worried. They didn't have much time remaining. If they weren't able to smoothly fulfill their mission, then their fates would be miserable indeed. This wasn't a punishment that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had deliberately passed down to them. In a sense, this was a path they had chosen on their own. In order to obtain great power, they had to take an equally dangerous risk. Continue searching. We still have 3 days. Once the 5th level opens, no one is allowed to stay on the 4th level. You can either return to the 3rd level or enter the 5th level, in other words, we have to find that thing before then. The fat man gloomily said. Everyone's expressions became earnest. The truth was that they were afraid they had missed something in the 60% of the land they had just searched. If they did that, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed. Every now and then, trial challengers would pass close by and see that the disciples of the Good Fortune St. Pallas were searching the swamp, and guessed that they were seeking out some sort of peerless treasure. But because the Good Fortune St. Pallas was too strong, they didn't dare to have any wild ambitions and left beneath the threat of the fat man and the others. Nightfall. The disciples of the Good Fortune St. Pallas tirelessly worked away. The dark swamp was filled with perils. They had killed dozens and hundreds of poisonous insects and snakes without stopping. And as the sun dawned, one of the disciples suddenly felt their arm stiffen. Within his palm the red ball of meat was gently trembling. Elder senior apprentice brother. The disciple cried out. What is it? The fat man's mind had been incredibly taut these past several days. When someone called out to him, he reflexively turned his head. As for his beady eyes, they didn't look towards the man's face but towards his hand, where the red meatball was wriggling about, faintly distorting. Quick! Search over there. The fat man hurriedly instructed. Immediately, all of the Good Fortune St. Pallas disciples that were spread out within 10 miles began arriving at this area. The truth was that the balls of meat in their hands were the flesh and blood of famine. The thing they searched for was buried deep in the earth, and its laws were extremely high. With their strength, they were unable to sense it at all. This was the reason this thing had been buried in the 4th level of the final trial for such a long time, and yet no one had obtained it before. But by using famine's flesh and blood, they could form a connection to this thing. By relying on this connection, they could locate the final position of this thing. It's close. Yes, it must be that thing. The fat man's breathing quickened, his entire mental state extremely tight. If he could bring back this thing, then his future path would be unimaginable. At this time, the Good Fortune St. Pallas disciples felt the flesh and blood of famine in their hands become increasingly soft and viscous. From a solid state, it dissolved into bloody water. It turned watery. One disciple muttered. The flesh and blood of famine in his hand completely melted away, streaming down from between the seams of his fingers and down into the black swamp. Then, something amazing occurred. The melted flesh turned into little red meat worms that gradually sank into the swampy ground and drilled deep into it. Start digging, the fat man decisively said. Someone hesitated as they heard the fat man's order. When a rare treasure is born, it will definitely send out a terrifying aura. At that time, many trial challengers will be drawn. Hearing the junior apprentice brother's words, the fat man diabolically grinned. If they come, then they come. It won't be easy to dig this thing out. It has a demonic nature and there needs to be a blood sacrifice. As the fat man spoke, a faint killing intent exuded from him. Even the disciples of the Good Fortune St. Pallas felt their hearts quaking. If this were normal times, then no matter how strong the disciples of the Good Fortune St. Pallas were, they wouldn't be able to use their 20-some numbers to defend against the onslaught of all the other trial challengers. Unless they were to use a forbidden power. However, they didn't want to use this power. When a rare treasure is born, it needs a blood sacrifice? Is this accurate news that senior apprentice brother obtained? It is what the God Sovereign has speculated, it shouldn't be wrong. Alright, enough with the chatter, let's start digging. This swamp was formed from mud. To the martial artists here, wanting to dig into it was as simple as cutting into tofu. The black-clothed martial artists thrust out their weapons, stabbing a pit hundreds and thousands of feet deep. However, they weren't digging long before they discovered that the ground resistance began to increase. This change left the fat man disgruntled yet overjoyed. He knew that they were digging closer and closer to the rare treasure. I have to say, are you planning to enter the 5th level? In a corner of the 4th level, several trial challengers were rummaging through a pile of junk like scraps of magic tools that they had unearthed from an ancient ruin. However, as time passed, they bitterly found out that these magic tool fragments weren't left behind from the era of the Azura Roadmaster. At most, these fragments were around 100 million years old. In other words, 100 million years ago, there were some trial challengers that entered the final trial and experienced dangers that caused them to all perish here. This left everyone frustrated. They had spent so much effort in finding these things, but they had turned out to be garbage. They had spent a great deal of time in the 4th level and had overcome many dangers, but the harvests they obtained were very few. They could only blame their bad luck and poor destinies. As for the even more dangerous 5th level, they couldn't help but mull over whether or not they actually had the ability to enter that area. As they were stuck in this dilemma, they felt a horrifying aura, one that rushed over them like an overwhelming tide. As they were covered by this aura, they immediately felt as if they had fallen into hell. A dreadful killing intent covered them, causing them to drip with cold sweat and nearly vomit blood. They turned their heads and saw that in the far-off horizon an astonishing scene was occurring. A massive terrifying black aura hurtled into the skies, forming a massive ghostly phantom head. This phantom head was incomparably ferocious. It transformed again and again in the skies, seeming to swallow up everyone. And this terrifying aura was undoubtedly from that ghostly phantom. Heavens! What is that? Was some supreme treasure born? Supreme treasure? Everyone glanced at each other. If such a rare treasure were born and it also possessed such a strong demonic strength. If they were to recklessly rush over, then they might experience some great danger. But with the opportunity placed in front of them, they weren't willing to give up without a struggle. Look! Some people are headed over. Several people looked up to see black spots moving in the skies, hurtling towards the ghost head phantom at an extremely fast speed. With others flying over, although the competition would become even more difficult, it also gave a sense of security. People believed that if so many went over, with so many other people there, the chances of them dying wouldn't be high, right? Let's go take a look. With this, everyone launched their movement techniques and hurtled towards the location at full speed. And not too far away, Lin Ming also saw all this occur. He frowned. This aura, somehow, for some unknown reason that he couldn't place a finger on, felt somewhat familiar. He thought for a moment. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and opened them again. When he did, a strange sight occurred. Lin Ming's pupils had changed. His pupils had become like a small needle, and around this small needle were many strange patterns. These patterns stretched out, emitting a sense of mystery. For a time, beneath Lin Ming's eyes, all the laws in the surrounding space were unable to hide from him. This arcane skill was 3 lives old man's 3 lives pupils. In the past, when the divine realm was invaded by the saints, humanity was in peril. 3 lives old man had decided to end his life in a fleeting moment of glory. But before he left, he had used some time to pass on the 3 lives pupils technique to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had originally opened the Davik I Dao Palace. When combined with the 3 lives pupils, both abilities complemented each other. And beneath the gaze of the 3 lives pupils, what Lin Ming saw was completely different. He saw a monstrous flame seething into the skies, burning pitch black. And in this black flame one could faintly see countless pain souls caged within. There were also the skeletons of kings, floating amidst it. This is... Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his heart shaking. Chapter 1971, Demon Phenomenon. Originally, Lin Ming believed that the so-called geniuses who entered this final trial were nothing but a bunch of rabble. Compared to Shang Mei and Xiao Moxian from the past, they were far worse. Thus, Lin Ming hadn't cared much about them or paid much attention to them. He thought that whether in the Gate of Laws or the 4th level, they wouldn't be able to cause any chaos. The Gate of Laws had confirmed this point. Amongst all of the people here, the most formidable was the fat man from the Good Fortune Saint Palace, but not even he was able to perfectly pass the heaven step difficulty. But Lin Ming never would have thought that these people had unexpectedly managed to stir up such a strange scene in the fourth level. This wasn't something ordinary, but a truly terrifying existence. It was either a supreme world treasure, or the birth or a super demon. Regardless of which it was, Lin Ming was interested either way. Moreover, he also felt that this aura was familiar, so why wouldn't he go and take a look? Lin Ming casually stepped forwards. Space twisted beneath his feet. Although his pace seemed slow and steady, he rapidly strode the thousands of miles towards the black swamp. The black ghost head was far too large. All the trial challengers on the fourth level had noticed it. For a time, more and more people arrived. And at this time, just outside the space of the final trial in the immeasurably deep Azura Sea, Famine's avatar was immersed 100,000 feet underwater. Within the deepest depths of the mass of flesh and blood, the good fortune Saint's son was sitting atop a giant chair covered with the skin of an ancient rhinoceros beast. He quietly gazed at a projection crystal in front of him. This crystal showed the entrance to the final trial. No matter what magic tool it was, nothing could spy upon what was occurring within the final trial. That space was completely isolated from the outside laws. Although looking at the final trial's entrance was meaningless, the good fortune Saint's son's eyes didn't leave the crystal projection. He was someone that loved to drink fine wines, and even today he was holding onto a wineglass in his hand. But he actually had no interest in drinking wine. After all, what was occurring within the final trial was of great importance to him. If any accidents were to happen, that would be catastrophic for him. As the good fortune Saint's son found it hard to relax, the projection crystal suddenly shivered. A blurry phantom appeared in the air above the projection crystal. Seeing this phantom, the good fortune Saint's son immediately straightened. He stood up and politely bowed. "This child greets your Majesty's sovereign ancestor." The phantom who had appeared was the good fortune Saint's sovereign. The good fortune Saint's sovereign's voice was slow and haunting. He said, "I just felt my connection with those several pieces of Famine's flesh and blood suddenly disappear. That flesh and blood should have been swallowed." The flesh and blood of Famine were the red balls of meat brought into the final trial by the fat man and the others in order to seek out the treasure they were searching for. Those lumps of flesh had melted away and drilled into the swamp where they were then swallowed. The good fortune Saint's sovereign had been able to instantly sense this. If it wasn't for that flesh and blood having stemmed from Famine and shared a lifelink with it, then the good fortune Saint's sovereign would have had no way to know anything about what was occurring in the final trial. This, the good fortune Saint's son was shocked for a brief moment before turning ecstatic. "It seems they have found it." "That's right." Of course, it could be that the disciples sent out were killed and the flesh and blood of Famine was refined. The chance of that happening is almost zero. In this round of the final trial, none of the trial challengers are capable of killing the 20-some disciples I sent out and even refining Famine. Famine's flesh and blood, even if just a tiny bit, would take even an Empyrean a long time to refine. The good fortune Saint's son was filled with confidence. As long as the location of that thing was found, then obtaining it would be no problem at all. And once they obtained it, the strength of the saints would be greatly enhanced. And when that happened, he would also profit endlessly from it. "I hope so." The good fortune Saint's sovereign's voice was dignified. "Nothing can go wrong. Your Majesty's sovereign ancestor, you can rest assured that the disciples who entered the final trial this time were all personally chosen by your child. Whether it is skeletal age, strength, or talent, they have all been thoroughly inspected by me. Amongst the younger generation of the good fortune Saint Palace, they are the most suitable talents capable of completing the mission. In addition, in order to guarantee success of the mission, I have transformed their bodies. Amongst their peers, they are invincible. Your child has personally handled every aspect of this mission. If there is any problem, then your child will personally sever his hands and feet and suffer any other punishment." The good fortune Saint's son's voice was decisive, disallowing any escape route. The good fortune Saint's sovereign slowly nodded. His phantom gradually faded away. The moment the good fortune Saint Sovereign completely disappeared, the good fortune Saint Sun leapt up, excitement flashing in his eyes. He subconsciously gripped his fists together, as if the entire world could be captured in his palm. He had his own ambitions. Once they found what they wanted, then the saints might even be able to defeat the Spiritas and dominate the entire 33 heavens. At that time, he would be able to break into true divinity and even reach extreme true divinity, afterwards inheriting the position of Saint Sovereign of the Saint race. Famon's life was infinitely long. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign was lying in bed, dying from old age, then famine would surely be passed down to him. At that time, whether it was in the heavens above or earth below, he alone would reign supreme. Lin Ming used several breaths of time to cross thousands of miles, as smooth as if he were taking a stroll through a park. He arrived in the skies above the Blackwater Swamp. Here, Lin Ming could clearly see the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace. They had actually dug out a great pit in the Blackwater Swamp. And that terrifying aura had come from the pit. Looking at these Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples, Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. It seemed this mess really had been stirred up by these people. Lin Ming easily hid himself away in a space distortion. With his strength, no one was able to discover him. He wasn't worried. First, he wanted to take a look and see just what they were doing. But at this time, more and more trial challengers were rushing here. They encircled the great pit, standing dozens of miles away and floating up and down in the void. Everyone's eyes were tightly glued onto that pit. In their eyes there were hints of excitement, greed, and even fear. It's the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace. That phenomenon really occurred because of them. When I saw the position of that phenomenon, I already guessed it was them. Several days ago, I saw those people searching for something in that Blackwater Swamp, and now they are still searching. I think they already knew the swamp isn't ordinary. That's right. I also saw them before. I thought it was strange. The space of the fourth level is so large, and yet they all gathered in that small Blackwater Swamp, spending an entire 7 or 8 days searching without going anywhere else. It's obvious that they had already prepared all of this before coming here. But that's puzzling. This final trial space is so mysterious, so how did they obtain that information? This is too suspicious. No matter how they obtained that information, that treasure shouldn't be able to be easily obtained by them. Perhaps there might be some ancient ruin in there with many treasures. If we are able to wrest it away, then everyone will have a share. Of course, they all had to be careful. These sorts of ancient ruins usually held layers upon layers of dangers. A small mistake could cost them their lives. The disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace are stronger than us, but we are greater in numbers. As long as we work together in this battle, then it won't be a problem to kill them all off. The one who spoke was a disciple from the inner Azura Road. Even if the news of them slaughtering people here was revealed, it was still worth the risk. Moreover, they didn't fear the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. The Azura Road was a world that was existed independent from the 33 heavens, and no matter how strong the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was, he wouldn't recklessly do anything to the Azura Road. First, there was the deterrence of the Azura Roadmaster. The Azura Road contained the terrifying Azura laws, and no one knew what sorts of ominous things would occur if anyone were to attack these lands. Second, the native influences of the Azura Road were also formidable existences. They had at least 2 true divinities. Moreover, in the deepest parts of the Azura Sea and the Great Desolate, there were said to be several true divinity-level vicious beasts hiding. As everyone was waiting for a chance to make a move in their small groups, preparing for the upcoming battle to erupt, a loud roar suddenly exploded from the great pit. This roar was incomparably terrifying, as if some dreadful demon had awakened from that pit. Following this roar, a violent flow of energy wildly shot out into the skies, even annihilating the void. A trial challenger that had been too close due to his greed and curiosity cried out in alarm as he was swept up by this power. His body spun into the air with this energy flow. He emitted an ear-piercing scream, then, under the eyes of all present, his mortal body rapidly decomposed as his flesh and blood was absorbed by this energy flow and he turned into nothing but a skeleton. Then even that skeleton shattered, turning into powder that soon vanished. Like this, a genius from a great influence in the inner Azura Road had been turned to smoke and dust. This scene left a creepy feeling crawling up everyone's scalps. What was that energy flow? And at this time, the energy flow gushing out from that pit didn't dissipate in the void. Rather, it slowly gathered together into a giant black phantom. This black phantom was 1,000 feet tall. It was covered in scales the size of buckets and it was in a semi-upright state. Its 2 arms were strong and thick and its legs were like heaven-supporting pillars. Behind it, a large tail swung about, covered with bone spikes. The phantom's eyes were blood-red as it looked down on the world with disdain. Even though its gaze didn't fall on the martial artists present, they still felt their breath catch in their throats, as if their hearts would stop beating at any moment. This phantom was... Everyone panicked in awe and fear. And within a space distortion, as Lin Ming looked upon all this, even he found it hard to maintain his calm. He took in a deep breath. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He was finally aware of why he felt that the aura from the pit had been so familiar. If he wasn't wrong, then this black phantom was in truth an abyssal demon. The abyssals had extremely high-level differences amongst them. The most powerful existences in their ranks were as strong as if not stronger than a true divinity. And this abyssal in front of him was such a type. A crowd of juniors with cultivations between the Holy Lord Realm and World King Realm had somehow managed to rouse the phantom of a true divinity-level abyssal? Lin Ming didn't believe something like this could happen randomly. Somewhere in the back of all this, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's shadow was lurking. This was most likely a plan that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had devised. Chapter 1972, Demon Relic. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was a memory that Lin Ming would never forget. That person was the reason for the catastrophe of the human race. Anything related to the good fortune Saint Sovereign, Lin Ming was glad to destroy. And at this time, within a rumbling explosion, the demon phantom in the skies exploded. It was like the energy field sealed underground had suddenly burst out, and because of its extreme instability it had directly dissipated. As the energy flow recklessly scattered, it surged away like waves of black wind. All of the martial artists swerved to avoid it, lest they were blown over by this black wind and triggered something horrible. All of this fell into Lin Ming's eyes. He even used his mental strength to drag a bit of this black wind into the space distortion he was hiding in. Feeling this black wind, a flash of surprise lit up in Lin Ming's eyes. This black wind was filled with a tremendous amount of death energy. Moreover, even though the remnant energy field in the black wind was filled with a vast aura, this aura was lacking in continued strength. As if the abyssal had already died. This black wind seemed to be the accumulated death energy after the corpse of the abyssal demon had been buried underground for 10 billion years. As Lin Ming thought all of this, he probed the pit with his sense. Then, he clearly saw what was occurring within. At the bottom of the pit there was a cylindrical-shaped thing that felt like some sort of skeleton. It was black throughout, only a foot long, and crystal smooth like a piece of black jade. And on this black jade, there were some fresh meat bloodstains. This flesh and blood was being slowly absorbed by the black jade, like a sponge absorbing water. These were the pieces of flesh and blood that had come from famine. In the search for this black jade, the flesh and blood of famine had melted away, turning into bloody water that was swallowed by it. Lin Ming had once fought with famine and was familiar with its aura. He faintly realized that flesh and blood came from famine. As for the black jade, Lin Ming didn't know what it was. He could only feel an incredibly dense aura coming from it, one that was hundreds if not thousands of times stronger than the supreme dragon bone that Lin Ming had obtained from the god-beast mystic realm. As Lin Ming saw this black bone, he suddenly felt the small black dragon in his inner world began to stir. Little black? Lin Ming was surprised. In these past years, Little Black spent most of his time deeply slumbering within Lin Ming's world. As Lin Ming absorbed world power from all over, the small black dragon also absorbed the power of the universe to grow. It was usually quiet and peaceful, deeply sleeping, unlike now when it suddenly started to restlessly move about. During these past years, Lin Ming had already developed the ability to communicate with the small black dragon on a spiritual level. From what the black dragon was trying to convey, the small black jade thing was something that it held an intense desire to swallow. Are you saying that this is a relic left behind from the death of a formidable existence? Lin Ming mumbled, startled. The little black dragon had accompanied him to the eternal demon abyss several times, where it had inherited the strength of the dragon's sovereign as well as a great deal of the dragon sovereign's knowledge and experience. In many areas, the small black dragon knew much more than Lin Ming. If so, then this should be a powerful abyssal demon that was killed by the Azura Road Master and then refined. The Azura Road Master left this demon relic behind, and now the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign is looking for it. Lin Ming soon guessed what was occurring. In fact, this was an abyssal demon that had been killed and refined by the Azura Road Master. But even if all that remained of it was a relic, it was still incredibly dangerous and could kill and swallow numerous lives. In particular, it was able to form a link with the abyssal famine's flesh and blood. Using this, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was able to locate the demon relic. The goal was to dig up this relic and allow famine to eat it as food. During the years that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had invaded the divine realm, famine had already swallowed far too many things. It was now on the precipice of evolution. Currently, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign needed something that could bring about a qualitative change and allow famine to complete its evolution, furthering his strength. This demon relic was the key to accomplishing all of this. At this time, the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples had gathered at the bottom of the pit. The death energy that erupted from the pit was so corrosive it was able to instantly dissolve a person's flesh and blood, but somehow, these disciples were unscathed. None of them were even injured. Moreover, with so many people gathered together coveting the treasure that they had dug out, the disciples didn't seem startled at all, but rather seemed as if they had anticipated this. Lin Ming's thoughts raced. Without a doubt, these fellows had come prepared. As for the impact of that Black Death energy, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign must have given them some special magic tool capable of withstanding it. Then, two Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples rushed out from the pit. They leapt onto the surface like two rabid wolves, coldly looking at the trial challengers that were arriving from all over. With these two disciples facing over 100 other martial artists, they didn't seem fearful at all. This surprised those present. Among them, one was a relatively famous spirited martial artist that came from a true divinity-level influence of the inner Azura Road, Divine Void Divine Kingdom. This martial artist stepped forwards, a sneer on his face. He planned to say some opening remarks before they fought to steal these treasures, to make the whole act appear a bit more justifiable. However, this person never imagined that the two disciples of Good Fortune Saint Palace would speak up first. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and fuck off. These disdainful words were filled with contempt. As they were spoken, the trial challengers were stunned for a moment before becoming enraged. These Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples were insane. Were their brains normal? What gave them the courage to say such words? You are courting death. Several inner Azura Road disciples fiendishly grinned. They also thought of spouting off some polite words and asking whether or not the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples wanted to split the treasure, but since these people seemed so anxious to die, then they wouldn't bother with needless bantering. Let's go. We have more people than they do. Encircle them all and kill them off. More and more people gathered and moved forwards. But at this time, the two Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples that had leapt out to provoke everyone outside suddenly took a step back and fell into the pit. Running away? They want to lure us in? The geniuses present were no idiots. The actions of those two disciples had aroused their suspicions. as if they were trying to intentionally provoke them to enter the pit. Be careful, there is likely something strange occurring in that pit. The black wind that rushed out just now was able to kill someone. Someone frowned. Humph. If they can enter, why can't we? No matter what, the birth of a rare treasure is something we must struggle to take. If we don't even dare to enter the door, then what's the point of being here? A brutish fellow carelessly said. But although he seemed a bit crude, he wasn't hasty. He waited for a moment and used his sense to probe the pit repeatedly. He felt that the black wind, which was filled with that energy field, seemed to have vanished. Thus, he put on a treasure armor and grasped 2 pieces of mind clarity jades in his hands. Then, he revolved his energy shields to the limit and carefully flew into the pit. After passing several thousand feet down, nothing happened to that big fellow. The violent black wind that gushed out from the pit was powerful at the start, but it weakened a great deal afterwards. After all, the abyssal demon had long since died. Looking at this brutish fellow rush in without a single wound, many martial artists that were ready to move also began to rush in. Then, most of the trial challengers also flew down into the pit, Lin Ming included among them. No one noticed him. He blended into the large crowd and entered. Flying into the pit, one could see just how large it was. The pit was 3 miles in diameter and could easily hold over 10,000 people. But as for the depth of the pit, it was almost 100 miles deep. As one reached the base of it, the light from above had weakened to nearly nothing. Moreover, as one ventured deeper into the pit, the death energy became thicker and more potent. The martial artists carefully moved forwards. In the group were also the disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain. Although they belonged on the same side as the Good Fortune St. Palace, they clearly didn't know just what the Good Fortune St. Palace was plotting. This could all be seen from the grey-clothed woman's expression. She was equally amazed but also hesitant. As the group fell down, the dark became increasingly thick. As the crowd neared the bottom of the pit, a gloomy voice echoed out. "You finally gathered the courage to come down? I've been respectfully awaiting your arrival all this time." The martial artists all turned to look at the one speaking. It was the fat man from the Good Fortune St. Palace. The fat man stood at the bottom of the pitch-black pit, coldly smirking as he looked at the crowd of trial challengers. Who? Blazing balls of fire suddenly lit up and illuminated the bottom of the pit. The light shined upon the fat man's vicious face. Because the fat man was extremely obese, this should have been a humorous sight, but in this situation, it seemed as if he had become a man-eating demon. The trial challengers all raised their guards. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't be reckless in such a strange place. You sure like to shamelessly boast. Do you think that your Good Fortune St. Palace can deal with so many of us? You all dug out such a deep pit, it seems you wanted to make your own tomb. The Black Swamp is a naturally formed graveyard of the heavens and earth. After you die you'll stay in here and rot away, and good riddance. Several Inner Azura Road disciples scoffed. As they spoke they had already formed a battle array, ready to deal with any situation that could occur. Graveyard? Your viewpoint is quite interesting, but you seem to have made a simple mistake. This place is only your graveyard. Since you came down, then stay behind. The fat man suddenly roared. This didn't seem like the roar of a human, but the roar of a savage beast. In the next moment, explosive popping sounds crackled from all over his body. The thick layer of fat on his body violently wriggled. Fierce blue veins stuck out all over him and steel-like muscles started to rise. Saint Race's body metamorphosis? Lin Ming immediately thought. This was also what the others were thinking. Amongst the saints, those with outstanding bloodlines were able to undergo body metamorphosis. The Good Fortune Saint Sun and Imperial Prince Naki were such examples. But soon, Lin Ming discovered that something was wrong. The fat man's body metamorphosis was far too strange. All of his flesh had burst open, and from the crevices of his body bone spikes drilled out, looking like ferocious swords and spears. His skeleton also began to lengthen, growing taller. His body rose to over 10 feet high, and was growing even taller all the while. An aura that Lin Ming was extremely familiar with suddenly rushed out from the fat man. This aura came from famine. Chapter 1973, Artificial Demon. Famine? How is this? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with shock. This was absolutely not the saint's body metamorphosis, but a strength that came directly from famine. And at this time, the clothes on the fat man's back had already been blown apart. Massive bloody pustules rose up from his back. Gurgle, gurgle. These pustules violently wriggled and crept, growing larger and larger until they exploded open. As blood and plasma flew into the air, several python-like tentacles rose out from these pustules, dancing all about. This is... Lin Ming's pupils shrank. There was no way he would mistake these tentacles for something else. They were Famine's blood dragon tentacles. The only difference was that on the fat man's body, they had shrunk countless times over. At this time, the fat man was already completely unrecognizable from his past appearance. He had become a 20-foot-tall blood-red demon with fierce bone spikes that jutted out and thickly corded muscles wrapped around him. 8 tentacles flapped about from behind him. Seeing the fat man, everyone was bewildered. This blood-red lifeform didn't seem like a person at all, but a man-made demon. This is strength that comes from famine. I understand now. Lin Ming recalled Empyrean Primordius from thousands of years ago. At that time, when Lin Ming saw Empyrean Primordius' appearance had been that of a demon. But he didn't have famine's tentacles. Instead, what he had were sharp bone blades. Empyrean Primordius had seized the body of an abyssal and had turned into that appearance. This fat man was likely in a similar situation. Someone had artificially implanted famine's flesh and blood within his body. The body of an abyssal demon was nearly impossible to seize. After Empyrean Primordius seized the body of an abyssal, he had lost his sense of self. And the fat man's strength was clearly far inferior to that of Empyrean Primordius. To have him attempt to seize the body of an abyssal was the same as delivering food to it instead. However, if his body was implanted with the flesh and blood of famine, then that was different. This was because famine's flesh and blood was under the control of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This flesh and blood would obey the orders of others, and as a result, it wouldn't swallow the fat man. So that's what is happening. As famine becomes more powerful and as the good fortune Saint Sovereign's control over it becomes increasingly tight, he can split off parts of famine's flesh and blood and plant it into the bodies of high-level martial artists to compose artificial demons. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign's controlling ability is powerful enough, then he can even form a legion of demons. It could be imagined that this demon legion would possess a terrifying battle efficiency. At the same time, they were also completely controlled by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was because due to their bodies being fused with famine's flesh and blood, a mere thought from the good fortune Saint Sovereign and they wouldn't even have their bones remaining. As Lin Ming realized all of this, he could sense that the good fortune Saint Sovereign's ambitions were becoming increasingly great. Through famine, there were far too many matters he could deal with. Slowly, he would be able to extend his control over the entire 33 heavens. Of course, this was all based on the premise that he could defeat the equally ambitious Soul Emperor. What is that monster? As the trial challengers saw this fat man's change, all of them felt weak at heart. This came from famine's aura. As a once incomparably terrifying existence, once famine's flesh and blood was fused into the fat man's body, the aura it carried with it caused all the trial challengers present to feel fear and dread. That should be the saint race's body metamorphosis. It's just that we've never seen this version before. Some people said to comfort themselves and also raise their morale. However, at this time, the fat man chuckled. Do you all really think this is the saint race's body metamorphosis? As the fat man spoke, blue veins pulsated over his body like worms. It was like every syllable he spoke was incredibly difficult to get out. His voice had completely changed. It was hoarse, low, and deep. The change of his body had caused his voice to seem not like a person's at all. At this time, every change within the fat man's body was caught in Lin Ming's eyes. His blood vitality is burning away. Famine's flesh and blood is swallowing his cells. If he tries to maintain this kind of body metamorphosis for too long, then he will die. It seems this body metamorphosis has a tremendous limitation placed on it. Using it a single time will cause one to lose a great part of their life force and also affect their future boundary. There is even a chance that they will be swallowed up by famine instead. Lin Ming thought as he sensed the blood vitality within the fat man. Famine was an abyssal demon and its attribute was to swallow all. This was the instinct that was carved into every inch of Famine's flesh and blood. Even with the good fortune Saint Sovereign restraining it, it was difficult to completely write off this sort of instinct. Ever since this forbidden strength was planted within me, this is my first time using it. You should all feel honored. As the fat man spoke, he roared and hurled himself towards an inner Azura Road disciple. That inner Azura Road disciple came from Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Amongst the trial challengers here, his strength was in the upper echelons. Be careful! Someone cried out in alarm. But the fat man was too fast, his speed surpassed the reaction ability of those present. The Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple had been tempered through numerous tests of life and death. Although his brain didn't respond, his body already started to reflexively move, independently acting in this critical moment. He leapt backwards. At the same time, he took out a thick saber and chopped downwards. A thick and sticky darkness spilled out from his saber like ink. This darkness contained a powerful divine soul attack. Who? The thick darkness roared, forming a death god phantom. The death god phantom grasped aside as it rushed towards the fat man's spiritual sea. This was a transcendent divine might of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, an arcane skill specifically used to strike the spiritual sea. This Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple was smart enough, seeing that he couldn't dodge the fat man's attack, he decided to use offense as defense instead. The fat man's body metamorphosis could immediately be seen to augment the mortal body. It was the obvious choice to attack the opponent's spiritual sea instead. Gotcha! The Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's saber was caught by the fat man. At the same time, the death god's scythe came slashing down at the fat man's head. This fat man completely disregarded the death god's scythe. Rather, he reached out, grasping towards the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's heart. You! The Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's eyes flashed with deep disbelief. He stared helplessly on as the death god's scythe cut into the fat man's head. But at the same time, a cold feeling bloomed in his chest. The fat man's sharp claws had thrust into his chest and grabbed onto his beating heart. No! The feeling of having one's heart held was indescribable. Fear and helplessness covered the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's eyes. Before he could finish speaking, the fat man cruelly grinned and twisted his right hand, twisting apart the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's blood vessels and ripping out his heart. Puff! Blood shot out. The Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's expression stiffened and his body toppled over like a dead dog. As he tumbled away, he could see the fat man holding his beating, dripping heart and then directly swallowing it whole. Ah! A trial challenger cried out in fear. This body metamorphosized demonic fat man had actually eaten someone's heart. Moreover, what frightened these people the most was that the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's soul attack seemed to not injure the fat man at all. The Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple clearly excelled in divine soul attacks, but such an attack was easily withstood by the fat man. Could this fat man's weakness be his body instead? Looking at the fat man's body that seemed cast with thick iron-hard muscles, the trial challengers couldn't summon the courage to deal with him using material attacks. If his mortal bodily defense was even stronger than his soul defense, then this was completely a monster. Famine's flesh and blood swallowed up the disciple's soul attack. Lin Ming was able to see what had occurred. Famine was a terrifying existence. Its ability was to swallow all. It could even swallow the heavenly Tao rules, so what was swallowing a divine soul attack? After fusing with famine, not to mention the increase in strength, but this defensive ability to swallow energy, material, and divine soul attacks made it so that all other martial artists at the same level would be helpless to do anything. This was a truly terrifying monster. Lin Ming closely observed the changes occurring in the fat man's body. But at this time, the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciple's body started to shake. Beneath the gaze of all present, his entire body melted away. The meat on his body and face seemed to melt away like fat under high heat. It flowed down in bloody water mixed with yellow goo, finally leaving behind nothing but bones. As everyone saw this, they were panic-stricken. They had no idea what had occurred. Then, as if it was being summoned, this bloody water slowly gathered into a stream that flowed into the pit behind the fat man, where it was completely absorbed by the pitch-black bone column. Seeing this, the fat man smiled. He revealed teeth that were dyed red with blood. The demon relic is quite greedy. At such a close distance, it is even willing to swallow ordinary flesh and blood. If it is the flesh and blood of an abyssal, then it would be even greater. After undergoing my body metamorphosis, even though I am able to consciously imprison the energy in my flesh and blood, I can still feel its demonic call. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, isn't this something that His Majesty the Saint Sovereign values? Today, let us keep this crowd of garbage here and use their flesh and blood to feed the demon relic. This is the best use of waste. Behind the fat man, another disciple from the Good Fortune Saint Palace spoke up. His body also started to change. His flesh and blood wriggled about as if numerous insects were crawling beneath his skin. He had a pained expression etched on his face, as if his body metamorphosis process was far more difficult than the fat man's. It was obvious that his ability to control Famine's flesh and blood was far inferior to the fat man's. Another one. A trial challenger shouted out as he saw another Good Fortune Saint Palace disciple undergo that body metamorphosis. He felt his limbs turn cold and his heart drop into his stomach. He feared that there were several demons within the group of Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples. It was even possible that they were all like that. This feeling is truly life-taking. I almost thought I would die, huh? After the second Good Fortune Saint Palace disciple completed his body metamorphosis, he began panting for breath, as if he had lost nearly half his life. This was the forbidden power they worried about when they were searching for the demon relic. This power, while giving them formidable strength, would also take their life. It required constant conditioning from the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign in order to overcome the difficulties and successfully undergo body metamorphosis without dying. But, to have the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign waste time and energy to condition them, this proved their value. That value was to find the demon relic. After completing this mission, one day they would be able to completely fuse with Famine's flesh and blood, obtaining an undying body. Chapter 1974, Slaughter. Brothers, there is no need to hide any longer. In this battle we must win no matter the price. Once we leave, glory shall be ours. His Majesty the Saint Sovereign will grant us rewards. The fat man shouted out to the disciples behind him. To undergo body metamorphosis with Famine's flesh and blood was extremely dangerous. If one failed in the transformation, then death wouldn't be strange at all. But with that great reward dangling before them, they had to fight. When it came to rewards, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had never been stingy. The rewards he passed out often allowed one to soar into the heavens. This also made it so that the saint martial artists were all willing to desperately fight for him without a care for their lives. Ka 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 ka. The bodies of the over 20, some Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples, began to emit explosive crackling sounds. Their muscles grew and wriggled as they activated their body metamorphosis. All of the trial challengers present paled. It turned out that every Good Fortune Saint Palace disciple was actually one of these monsters. How could a crowd of ordinary martial artists fight with such savage demons? The fat man could already easily kill one of the stronger ranked martial artists amongst them. Then what would a swarm of them be capable of? Damn it! We ran into a bunch of maniacs. Hurry and run. The trial challengers here were rational in their actions. As long as there was life, there was hope. They all revolved their movement techniques and began escaping the pit. But at this time, the fat man sneered. You want to run away? When you came down, you all should have already understood you would die here. As the fat man spoke, he roared out loud. From the python-like crimson tentacles on his back, dozens of blood arrows shot out. These arrows splashed onto the walls of the pit. Immediately, a great blood-red net appeared at the top of the pit. This net grew like weeds, soon wrapping around the entire pit, including the ground, sides. Everything was covered in a layer of thick bright red. It's an array formation. Seeing this blood-red net, the many trial challengers turned waxen. These people had already prepared a trap for them. This was an array formation that surpassed the understanding of the trial challengers present. In other words, it was impossible for the fat man and his group to have created it. They must have used incredibly precious one-time use array disks as well as a massive number of energy stones to power it. This sort of array formation that borrowed power from energy stones wouldn't be able to continue revolving for too long. But this period of time was more than enough for these monsters to slaughter to their heart's content in this pit. With this, let alone the inner Azura Road disciples, even the disciples of Soaring Feather God Mountain began to panic. They never expected that such a change would occur. These disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace, they wouldn't kill them too, right? Although they were allies, if anyone died in this final trial, it would be impossible to verify just how it had happened. If they were attacked here, then that wouldn't be strange at all. You start killing everyone for me, otherwise I'll kill you along with them. The fat man's muscles violently twitched. His savage blood-red eyes stared at the gray-clothed woman from Soaring Feather God Mountain, his look as wicked as a demonic wolf. The gray-clothed woman was completely flustered. Facing this terrifying fat man, she had no other choice. Do you really think we are fish that you can slaughter as you want? Everyone, attack together. Before they complete their body metamorphosis. An inner Azura Road disciple loudly shouted. Currently, the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples had only finished their body metamorphoses halfway. This was the perfect time to counterattack them. Too naive. The fat man grinned. He rushed out, and from his back, 8 blood-red tentacles rushed out like poisonous snakes with unstoppable momentum. These tentacles were hundreds of feet long and could easily pierce through the energy barriers of those present as if they were nothing more than paper. 2 martial artists were immediately pierced through the chest by these red tentacles. Their organs burst apart. As they wildly struggled, their blood was recklessly sucked in through the tentacles. Many people nearly collapsed where they stood. Originally, even if this fat man didn't undergo body metamorphosis, his strength still surpassed all those present. At the Gate of Laws, the only ones to choose the heaven step difficulty had been the fat man and the gray-clothed woman. But now, the fat man's body metamorphosis had increased his strength by several times. And that gray-clothed woman seemed as if she was intending to take his side. This was because the 4 disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain were already standing behind the fat man. They came from the same faction to begin with, and beneath the threat of death, it would instead be strange if they didn't take the hand offered to them. Only an outstanding talent can recognize the current trends. A wise man knows when to submit. Seeing the gray-clothed woman surrender, the fat man chuckled. The gray-clothed woman clenched her teeth. Although she was humiliated, she had no other choice she could take. After all, they were together to begin with. Focus on defending and kill some of the weaker ones. The gray-clothed woman ordered the junior apprentice brothers and sisters she had brought along. Once everyone here is dead, will they let us live? A soaring feather god mountain disciple worriedly asked. If we don't try to steal their treasure, then there shouldn't be any reason for them to waste their blood essence to kill us. This body metamorphosis they are undergoing isn't easy on them, and if we don't surrender to them, then we will immediately die instead. For a time, an atmosphere of despair filled the pit, covering all the trial challengers present. Kill them all! The fat man yelled. Let the grand slaughterfest begin. The artificial demons of the Good Fortune Saint Palace were far too strong. The strength brought about by this body metamorphosis was the same as them wildly burning up all their blood essence. In addition, these disciples were originally all a cut above the rest. From the very start of this battle, it was nothing but a one-sided massacre. Another trial challenger was killed. And after they died, all of their blood essence and energy was completely absorbed by the demon relic. This sort of death, where they turned into red and yellow blood and were then swallowed up by the strange bone, was really far too miserable. The fat man had gone crazy. The 8 tentacles behind him danced like an octopus, wildly harvesting all life. As for the soaring feathered god mountain disciples, they mostly found a few trial challengers that were on the verge of death to finish off. They didn't strike on their own initiative. But when the fat man had killed just less than half the martial artists present, and his killing frenzy was rising, his heart shook and he turned around with disbelief in his eyes. 200 feet behind him, a man had appeared. This shouldn't have been anything special, but this man was standing where the demon relic was, using a hand to gently grasp it. This person was Lin Ming. From the start, all of his attention had been focused on this demon relic. The fat man would never have even dreamed that something like this would occur. In Lin Ming's hand, the demon relic was still dripping with the bodily corpse fluids that it hadn't been able to absorb in time. With such a fierce and evil-spirited demon relic, even the fat man would have to carefully consider whether or not to touch it. He would probe it repeatedly first in order to avoid any dangers and to prevent any ominous events from occurring. But this man was lightly holding onto the demon relic in his hands, as if he wanted to take it away. Moreover, what shocked the fat man the most was that the surrounding scene was of everyone desperately trying to escape or crying out in sorrow and pain. Yet this man actually had the idea and courage to dig up the demon relic. Was he insane? You are seeking death. The fat man wildly bellowed, like the roar of a demon. The martial artists all around froze from what they were doing. For a time, all the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples held back from their killing feast. This battlefield was a one-sided massacre to begin with, and even if they stopped now, they could still easily finish off everyone later. The pit fell silent. Only the sound of flowing blood was heard. Everyone looked towards Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was holding onto the demon relic. There was no panic or fear on his face. His expression was calm and his eyes were a bit thoughtful. When Lin Ming thought of taking the demon relic, he had first probed it with his divine sense. After determining that he could resist its ability to summon and swallow blood, he then picked it up. This is indeed an abyssal demon, and its rank is far higher than the abyssal that Empyrean Primordius seized the body of. Perhaps, it might have been able to compare with Famine. Lin Ming quickly judged. This was a demon relic that had been refined by the Azura Roadmaster, and even after 10 billion years it still possessed such a vast and horrifying aura. From this alone, one could imagine what rank the abyssal demon had been at. This was also reasonable. If there was an abyssal demon that had the qualifications to be personally struck down by the Azura Roadmaster and have its refined relic be buried in the final trial, awaiting a destined person to come and take it, then how could it be some ordinary item? And if it were an ordinary item, why would the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign form such a large team of people to come and search for it? That old geezer Good Fortune Saint Sovereign should have just learned about the existence of this demon relic, otherwise he would have tried to take it long ago. He might have found some ancient ruins and accidentally obtained a letter, jade slip, or some other piece of information left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, from which he then locked onto the location of this demon relic. As Lin Ming thought this, he weighed the demon relic a bit in his hands and then placed it in his spatial ring. Seeing this occur, the fat man was utterly dumbfounded. This sort of feeling was like an emperor going on a parade through the streets, but then a beggar walked in front of the emperor and plucked out the largest gem from his crown beneath the gaze of all present. Then, he placed the gem in his dirty pocket and patted the emperor's shoulder before strutting away. I never thought that in this world there would be such a crazed idiot. The fat man's voice was vicious. His blazing eyes locked onto Lin Ming as he started walking over. The other good fortune St. Palace disciples also slowly approached, surrounding Lin Ming in a circle. As they looked at Lin Ming, they did so with disdain and mockery in their eyes. The fat man's pace was slow and gradual. But, this plodding pace also brought about a deep restraining feeling. The other inner Azura Road disciples looked at Lin Ming. They already expected to see him be cruelly dismembered. This fellow, what bad luck! We can't even save ourselves, so stop trying to care about others. Prepare yourselves and wait for a chance to break out. The some Azura Road disciples gathered together. They rapidly passed sound transmissions, preparing to take advantage of the moment the array formation weakened to flee this pit. Of course, the premise of all this was that they were still alive when the array formation weakened. By this time, the fat man had already arrived in front of Lin Ming. Chapter 1975, Suppression Through Power. You are a human? How interesting. In these many years I've mutilated and killed countless humans. Although you humans are nothing but a bunch of trash, your brains aren't too stupid. At the very least you know when to fall to your knees and beg for mercy. If you were to beg for mercy, I might even spare you death so you can continue living like the dogs you are, hee hee hee. The fat man stood in front of Lin Ming like a tower. After undergoing body metamorphosis, the fat man was over twice as tall as Lin Ming. His aura erupted around him as tentacles danced in the air, filling the battlefield with an intensely oppressive feeling. However, the oppressive aura he released didn't achieve the effect he wanted. Instead, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly turned freezing cold, like the Arctic flames of the Nine Nether Abyss. The fat man had bragged about all the humans he had killed in these past years. This caused Lin Ming's mind to boil over with killing intent. You really deserve death. Lin Ming fiercely muttered. Ha! The one who is dying will be you. I've never seen such a stupid human like you before. As the fat man spoke, he aimed towards Lin Ming's head and reached down. At the same time, the 8 tentacles behind him also bit towards Lin Ming's neck. When the fat man killed the previous trial challengers, as long as they were bitten by this tentacle, then all of their blood essence would be sucked out. Pa-ka! 8 tentacles all bit down on Lin Ming's neck and shoulders. The fat man demonically grinned. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. He could feel Famine's tentacles biting down on something impossibly hard, not able to pierce through half an inch, as if they had chomped down on divine iron. How is this? Before the fat man could respond, at this time he was suddenly horrified to discover that he couldn't move his body at all. He could barely speak through his throat. It was like a terrifying strength had imprisoned him. As I thought. To allow Famine's flesh and blood to seep into your body and transform it. Lin Ming's sense had penetrated into a microscopic field. He was able to clearly see every cell in the fat man and how his cells had fused with Famine's. If I were to sever this fusion and draw out Famine's flesh and blood. As Lin Ming thought out loud, he lifted a hand, slowly reaching out to the fat man. The fat man was panic-stricken. With his entire body rooted in place, he could only stare helplessly on as this human man's hand thrust into his chest. Puff! Blood flowed out. Lin Ming's hand penetrated into the fat man's body as easily as if he were slicing into tofu. The fat man wildly and desperately struggled, but no matter how much he tried, the only response was a slight trembling of his body. Like he was a pig tied up to a cutting board, unable to move at all. This left everyone stunned. The mouths of the inner Azura Road disciples all fell open, unable to believe what was occurring in front of them. That formidable fat man was actually being played around with by this human man so easily, like a child playing with an insect. Who was this man? How could he be so strong? It had to be known that in this level of the final trial, what was tested was not absolute strength, but one's level of talent. Although the fat man couldn't compare with existences like Shang Mei or the good fortune Saint's son, he was absolutely not a weak individual. Now, with his body metamorphosis completed, he was even more terrifying than he ordinarily was. If this other person could easily play with him in the palm of his hand, just how horrifying was his talent? If he was so amazing, why didn't they see him at the Gate of Laws? Everyone looked at each other in a daze, like they were living some dream. All the people here had already gone to the 4th level by the time Lin Ming left the Gate of Laws. Thus, they didn't see the changes occurring in the Gate of Hell, otherwise they would have recalled that event. Lin Ming didn't care about these people. The reason he exposed his strength now was because of the demon relic. As for those who saw him, he had the means to deal with them. He couldn't let news of his presence here be revealed to the outside world. Although there was no one here able to see through his appearance-changing technique, if others were to know that someone with his degree of talent existed, then there would always be those who would associate him with the name Lin Ming. That would be disastrous. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother. Boss. The good fortune St. Palace disciples were inexplicably flustered. Even as they were horrified, their eyes turned red with rage. But they didn't dare to attack right now. The fat man was in Lin Ming's hands and they didn't want to do anything lest there be collateral damage to him. Moreover, Lin Ming was too strong, their attacks likely wouldn't have much effect. Before the good fortune St. Palace disciples could come up with a plan for how to deal with the situation, the fat man's face suddenly twisted. His body shivered and veins stuck out on it. Big drops of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He was clearly withstanding some kind of agonizing pain. Blood, flesh. The fat man struggled to say, even as blood started pouring down from the top of his head. From within his body, every bit and piece of Famon's flesh and blood was being severed by Lin Ming using small energy flows and then forcefully drawn out. With Lin Ming's understanding of the life laws in addition to his incredible true essence control, he could accomplish all of this. Then, the several tentacles waving behind the fat man started to wither, like worms that had their fluids sucked out. The fat man's giant and towering body also started to rapidly deflate like a pierced rubber ball. At the same time, in Lin Ming's palm, a blood-red ball of meat started to grow. This was the gathered bits of Famon's flesh and blood. Pa! Lin Ming drew out his hand and pulled out this bloody ball. The bloody ball was the size of a person's head and it also palpitated like a heart. It violently struggled in Lin Ming's hand, but no matter what it tried it couldn't escape his grasp. And at this time, the fat man didn't seem like a person at all anymore. His body metamorphosis was forcefully cancelled and he had reverted to his original form. But, this so-called original form was in truth much worse than the original. His fat body had shrunk to nothing and his face had turned sallow like paper. He looked like an old smoker who had used opium for far too many years. His life essence had been drawn out along with Famon's flesh and blood. All of it was pulled out by Lin Ming. Little Black! Lin Ming called. He threw out the ball of meat in his hand, and at the same time there was a happy howl from his inner world. A small black wolf rushed out and bit down on this ball of flesh, casually chewing it a few times before swallowing it down. The small black dragon licked its lips and patted its belly with its claws, appearing extremely satisfied. This time it was in its minimized form. Besides a single horn, it resembled a wolf. The first reason Lin Ming came here was because of Famon's flesh and blood and the intense swallowing desire shown by Little Black. Now that Lin Ming pulled out Famon's flesh and blood from the fat man's body, he did so to experiment with it and also to let Little Black swallow it. As this scene fell into everyone's vision, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. This mysterious and terrifying man had easily overpowered the horrifying fat man and then drew out his flesh and blood essence. Then he fed it to a dog. This was too incredible. Damn it! The good fortune St. Pallas disciples' eyes nearly cracked open with rage. They originally feared Lin Ming, thus they didn't attack him, but now that they watched him draw out Famine's flesh and blood to feed a dog, their fury burned to the extreme. Attack together. Kill him. The 20-some good fortune St. Pallas disciples rushed forwards together. With more people attacking together, it always felt somewhat safer. But, to their horror and despair, they discovered that they were all wrong. Just as they reached within 100 feet of Lin Ming, they suddenly froze, like their bodies had fallen into a thick and viscous swamp of chaos. Their bodies were locked in place, none of them able to move a single inch forwards. It was like all of them had been suddenly locked in ice. Whether they were flying through the air or rushing over the ground, all of them froze as they were without exception. Whether it was controlling the fat man or controlling this group of people, Lin Ming's countenance didn't change, nor did he seem to use any strength. The inner Azura Road trial challengers were left at a loss for words. If this mysterious man had only suppressed the fat man, then they would have summed it up as a talent on the same level as Shang Mei. But now, with him languidly locking down over 20 people, they started to doubt that he was human. Just who is he? He's like some divine god. Even if Lin Ming was reborn in the world, would even he be this strong? As everyone was talking, there was a light popping sound. A good fortune St. Pallas disciple suddenly burst apart, all the flesh and blood of Famine from his body drawn out by Lin Ming. Lin Ming had begun his slaughter. Chapter 1976, Those Against Me, Die. Slaughter. In the world of martial artists, this sort of behavior was common. Not to mention slaughtering a village, slaughtering a city, or even slaughtering all lives living on a star was something that occurred often. In the incomparably vast universe, even a large planet like the Skyspill planet wouldn't arouse any concern if it was destroyed in a single day. Even if some people learned about this event, they would only think that a bunch of talentless, useless, and unimportant divine sea people had been killed off. But, slaughtering geniuses in groups, and in particular slaughtering a crowd of geniuses from a true divinity-level influence, was something that was incredibly rare in the world of martial artists. There was a scant number of true divinity-level influences in the 33 heavens. Who would dare to provoke them or even have the ability to do so? This was the same as declaring war with a great influence. The consequences were dire. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, the 20-some disciples of the good fortune St. Pallas were desperately struggling against the bindings that imprisoned them. However, even if they gathered all of their strength and even used all the power that Famine's flesh and blood gave them, they weren't able to shake the single person that was Lin Ming. A horrifying force field tightly locked them down, as solid as an immortal mountain. And by now, Lin Ming was already moving towards a third person. This left everyone alarmed. To show such overwhelming strength in the final trial, what he displayed was not his cultivation but his talent. And if talent could be quantified, then this man's talent far surpassed the sum total of all 20-some good fortune St. Pallas disciples. This was unbelievable. Puff! With a light sound, Lin Ming pulled out all the flesh and blood of Famine from a third saint martial artist. And this flesh and blood was fed to the little black dragon. Famine's flesh and blood contained an extraordinary degree of energy, but even so, the small black dragon's appetite was even more amazing. It swallowed down this flesh and blood without even chewing it. Then, a fourth disciple of the good fortune St. Pallas was killed by Lin Ming. He killed them like he was killing chickens, slaughtering them without an iota of resistance. He's killing geniuses like pigs. Every time he kills someone, who knows just how much damage he's causing to the good fortune St. Pallas. Some people shrank inwardly, silently dumbfounded. These good fortune St. Pallas disciples had been raised through piling up a massive amount of heavenly materials. In the good fortune St. Pallas, these people were the best disciples they had raised in the last several hundred years, and they were also raised with every possible effort. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign had carefully prepared for this mission. He had recklessly invested resources in the bodies of these people, sending out all the top junior elites within the Good Fortune Saint Palace. In addition, he had even transformed their bodies using the flesh and blood of famine. It could be said that out of these 20-some people, the value of a single one of them was several times more precious than all the lives of 1,000 Skyspill planets. In particular, the fat man that had been killed by Lin Ming, he was the greatest junior to be born in the Good Fortune Saint Palace for the last 1,000 years, a natural leader of his generation. Although he was worse than the Good Fortune Saint's son, he was actually equally matched with someone like Imperial Prince Naki. If Lin Ming killed these people, then it was the same as destroying all the work that the Good Fortune Saint Palace had put effort into for the last several hundred years. In the world of martial artists, the value of life could be measured. In the eyes of the Azura Road martial artists, Lin Ming killing a single one of these people was the same as destroying thousands of planets. One after another, Lin Ming slowly killed off these saint race martial artists. He didn't deliberately plan on torturing them, but did so because he needed to accurately control his true essence flow so he could sever the tie between these saint martial artists and famine's flesh and blood. This was a mentally consuming task, and even for Lin Ming it wasn't simple. But this behavior caused the still living disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace to lose all courage and hope. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. They could only wait for death to slowly arrive in front of them and have them suffer the most excruciating pain in the world. In particular, the pain of having famine's flesh and blood forcefully drawn from their bodies caused their scalps to turn numb with shock. Even though these martial artists were firm of will and heart, once they experienced this pain, they immediately wished they could all die. Boy! If you kill us, then the Good Fortune Saint Palace will never forgive you. A Good Fortune Saint Palace disciple crazily screamed before he died. This was because in the brief moment before he died, the force field imprisoning him weakened, allowing him to speak. However, his threat didn't change his fate. Famine's flesh and blood was also pulled out from his body. Those who killed should expect to be killed. All of the saint martial artists present, including nearly all the martial artists from the inner Azura Road, had already stepped onto the road of death. Lin Ming wasn't some weak-willed or soft-hearted individual. As he killed these people, he didn't even blink. But at this time, slowly, the enchantment sealing off the pit began to weaken. Several obscure figures began to quietly retreat. These people came from soaring Feather God Mountain. Seeing the pitiful fate of the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples, all of their hairs stood on end and their limbs tingled with fear. Although they had been passively drawn into this mess, they were still on the same side as the Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples. After this person killed off those Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples, it was possible he would kill everyone else who witnessed it. You all, where are you going? After continuously killing a dozen some Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples, Lin Ming suddenly turned his head to look at the four soaring Feather God Mountain disciples. Even though he had killed so many people, his hands weren't stained with a single drop of blood, they still remained as clear and bright as jade. In that moment, the four soaring Feather God Mountain disciples felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake. The gray-clothed woman turned deathly pale. She knew that she was facing the greatest crisis of her life. At this time, fleeing meant certain death and staying here meant they would likely die. Her mind raced. She grit her teeth and said, "If you have the ability, then kill off everyone here. Otherwise, news of you killing off all the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace and soaring Feather God Mountain will definitely leak out. At that time, the saints will chase you down with everything they have. The only exception is if you can take root in the Azura Road or the Spiritas and find a super true divinity influence to shelter you. However, you are a mere human, and there are no true divinities amongst humanity." The gray-clothed woman hastily breathed out. She was trying to divert all fear and hatred towards Lin Ming so that everyone else here would stand with her. This was a method of self-perseveration. And as the gray-clothed woman hoped, the atmosphere in the pit began turning to panic. The complexions of many people changed as they looked at Lin Ming. Indeed, if this man was afraid of the Good Fortune Saint Palace and didn't want news of him slaughtering their disciples to leak out, then he would kill everyone here. Just who are you? With your talent, it is impossible for you to remain nameless, and it is also impossible for you to come from nowhere. The gray-clothed woman verbally attacked Lin Ming once more, questioning his identity. In the eyes of those present, this sort of peerless talent was even able to suppress Shang Mei and the good fortune Saint's son. His existence was completely unreasonable. Moreover, for him to be born amidst the human race that was on the brink of extinction, that was even more unbelievable. Speaking of the human race, the gray-clothed woman couldn't help but think of the man known as Lin Ming, who had existed several thousand years ago. Although Lin Ming had already perished, his past fame remained vibrant and storied. Even though the saints tried to dilute his legend, they weren't able to cover him up. As for this gray-clothed woman, she was a junior that was born over 2,000 years after Lin Ming had died. To her, the name of Lin Ming rang in her ears like thunder. This was a person that had caused the founder of their Soaring Feather God Mountain, Soaring Feather God King, to personally hunt him down. A true divinity had disregarded their status to chase after a holy lord. From this treatment, it could be imagined just how terrifying Lin Ming was. This person, he shouldn't be Lin Ming, the gray-clothed woman immediately denied the thought that crossed her mind. The final trial was aimed towards juniors, and this concept was supported by the laws that permeated this space. Even if Lin Ming was still alive, his skeletal age would be several thousands of years, he would not be a junior. Even if the current Lin Ming strength was several times that of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, once he arrived within this final trial space and was suppressed by the laws, the him that was several thousands of years old would find it impossible to display such a terrifying combat strength. As the gray-clothed woman spoke, Lin Ming's blazing eyes had stared at her the entire time. By now, there were already some trial challengers that were stepping closer to the gray-clothed woman. As they looked at Lin Ming, there was both fear and awe in their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, this man didn't seem to be someone who was under the protection of a peak great influence. This was because the number of influences that could stand against the good fortune Saint Palace and offer shelter to someone who killed their disciples could be counted on two hands. Moreover, many of those influences had representatives here, and this man clearly didn't belong to any of them. You're quite good at shifting public opinion. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes as he saw the response of these people and the gray-clothed woman's expression. At this time she was trying to shift all the hatred and fear she could find onto him, use that to arouse the anger of the people, and then try to find a favorable turn in the ensuing chaos. Without a doubt, this was the most intelligent method. But what a pity, all her plans were meaningless. As the one who possessed absolute power, he could control the life and death of all those present. Those with me, live. Those against me, die. Lin Ming watched as more and more trial challengers were pulled over to the side of the gray-clothed woman. He coldly smiled and then said, "I will give you all a choice. You can choose to stand behind that woman and die with her, or leave her and have a chance of living on." Lin Ming's words were like the whispers of a demon's bargain. The trial challengers felt their hearts turn cold. Some of them had already subconsciously started to move far away from the gray-clothed woman. Stop being naive. Do you really think he will let you live? Seeing this scene, the gray-clothed woman desperately shouted in panic, not caring whether or not this move would really allow her to live. However, no matter how much she shouted, more and more people drew further away from her. The logic was simple. To resist that man was hopeless. But if they chose to submit to him, he might not necessarily kill them. Soon, the only ones left with the gray-clothed woman were the three other disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain. At that time, Lin Ming attacked. His speed was mind-bogglingly fast. Spear-like cut through the void. It was an arrow striking true, instantly piercing through the gray-clothed woman's protective astral essence. Blood shot out and she miserably coughed as her ruptured body was sent flying backwards. Another Soaring Feather God Mountain disciple also died with her. Two people died without any suspense. Lin Ming showed no mercy. In the war between humanity and the saints, Soaring Feather God Mountain was also involved. All the disciples of Soaring Feather God Mountain were equally stained with the blood of humanity. However, there was still a man and woman disciple of Soaring Feather God Mountain left remaining. Lin Ming didn't kill them because he had a special use for them. He waved his hand and locked down those two people with a force field. The two people shook. Their faces paled. As they looked at Lin Ming, both hate and fear clouded their eyes. Chapter 1977a, Stirring Up Trouble. At this time, the only ones left alive were the two disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain and the several dozen Azura Road disciples. When Lin Ming turned his eyes towards these Azura Road disciples, all of them held their breath. Among these people, Lin Ming could see several youths wearing a uniform robe as well as having 7-colored feather crowns on their heads. He recognized this clothing. These people came from Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Divine Void Divine Kingdom was one of the two true divinity-level influences of the Azura Road. The one who established Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Soul Emperor Divine Void, was Empyrean Divine Mist's brother. But at the same time, they shared a deep-seated blood hatred with each other. "The lot of you, come over here." Lin Ming pointed towards the disciples from Divine Void Divine Kingdom. The group of them turned pale white. However, they obediently followed Lin Ming's orders and walked over. "Use your soul attacks to severely wound these two. Don't kill them." Lin Ming pointed towards the two Soaring Feather God Mountain disciples who were imprisoned by him. The Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples gulped. Just why did they need to use soul attacks? Did this omnipotent human not know any soul attacks? However, this was also possible. After all, humans weren't known to excel in the domain of the soul. After a brief bout of doubts, the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples complied with the command. Although Lin Ming had imprisoned the movements of the two Soaring Feather God Mountain disciples, he hadn't locked down their spiritual sea. To break through spiritual sea defenses, not harming their lives while getting just the right amount of soul damage, this was a difficult task. The two Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples that did so could be said to have given their everything to accomplish this. Finally, they accomplished their task. The two disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain fell into an unconscious state. Lin Ming inspected the condition of these two disciples and was satisfied with the results. "Very good. Then, it's time to deal with the rest of you." As Lin Ming spoke these words, everyone's complexions changed as if they had fallen into an icy lake. "You?" Without waiting for these people to respond, black energy began surging up from Lin Ming, wildly erupting like a black volcano. This black energy was Lin Ming's soul force. Such a terrifying soul force instantly shocked the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples. Their jaws fell down and their eyes widened to full moons. How is this even possible? These disciples came from Divine Void Divine Kingdom and were also spiritas, thus they had a naturally deep understanding into the aspect of soul force. They originally thought that because Lin Ming was a human his attainments in the soul weren't too amazing, and thus they were ordered to attack the Soaring Feather God Mountain disciples. But now, seeing this human erupt with such a dreadful soul force, they were all frightened to death. It had to be known that this was all occurring beneath the suppression of the final trial laws. If this were outside, to what extent would his soul force reach? Perhaps even a Spiritus Empyrean wouldn't be able to compare. A human, in the aspect of soul force, was able to surpass a Spiritus Empyrean? Such formidable strength and with such a terrifying soul force, could this man be the reincarnation of the Azura Roadmaster? This was a ridiculous idea. But, what was occurring was so stunning that their frazzled minds couldn't help but produce such a thought. At this time, a black cube appeared in front of Lin Ming, slowly spinning around. The black cube's surface was engraved with mysterious patterns. As it appeared, it caused the surrounding space to collapse. Dim motes of divine light gathered in space, slowly floating towards the black cube, as if the black cube contained a real universe within. This black cube was the magic cube. During these years, Lin Ming had already fully restored his soul force. Moreover, because of the several reincarnations he underwent, because he experienced the 100 tastes of life and death, because his mood and state of mind had been tempered, his soul force had broken past its previous boundaries to achieve an even more perfect eternal soul. The eternal soul, ancient and unchanging. Although this soul force might not be able to compare to those peak spiritus characters, in terms of quality, no one could compete. As Lin Ming used his perfect eternal soul to galvanize the magic cube, he was truly able to command it. For a time, the winds changed, whipping up. Massive dark clouds covered the surrounding space, and all of the Azura Road disciples suddenly saw illusions surround them as their spiritual seas fell into enemy hands. The truth was that the moment these people saw the magic cube, their eyes were no longer able to leave it. They forgot what danger they were in, they forgot everything. In their eyes, all that existed was this divine object. Afterwards, because of the magic cube, their spiritual seas swung completely open. Out of so many people, not a single one was able to resist Lin Ming. What Lin Ming first wanted to do was erase all the memories of what had just occurred from the minds of these people. Using Lin Ming's evolved eternal soul and the divine tool that was the magic cube, he could perfectly accomplish this. He could do so with such skill that not even a true divinity would be able to see through it. Erasing memories was like a skilled criminal erasing all traces of his own crime from a crime scene. In order to be flawless, the criminal would have to remove every possible trace of his presence there, including every thread of hair or even mote of dust, all in order to make it seem that he had never been there at all, to the point that even the most intelligent detective would be at a loss of what to do, unable to argue against that criminal at all. Lin Ming was such a criminal. This was because he knew that when these people returned, the ones investigating them would be Soul Emperor Divine Void and Soaring Feather God King. Although Lin Ming's strength was far inferior to these true divinities, his advantage was that he possessed the magic cube and eternal soul. When it came to erasing memories, if Lin Ming claimed he was second, then no one in this universe could say they were number one. After earnestly erasing all of these memories, Lin Ming repeatedly inspected them to make sure not a single trace of his presence was left behind. Then, he started to forge memories. After erasing memories, there would be an unexplainable void where they had been. One naturally had to craft new memories for the plan to be perfect. However, while erasing memories was easy, forging memories was far, far more difficult. If Lin Ming tried to forge memories from nothing, he couldn't guarantee that he could hide the truth from a true divinity. But Lin Ming had another plan. That was, to manufacture illusions that occurred in reality, and have these people experience what Lin Ming wanted them to. Thus, they would believe everything that happened to them and would think that it was all real. If they believed everything they saw was real, then these memories would truly be real. No matter how sharp a true divinity's sense was, if they were to inspect memories that were real, what would they be able to find out? Thus Lin Ming didn't falsify memories. Rather, beneath his guidance, he had these Azura Road and Soaring Feather God Mountain disciples have real memories. Under Lin Ming's control, the Azura Road disciples' minds were brought back to the moment they had seen the great ghost appear above the Blackwater swamp. In order to seize treasures, they had rushed to the scene, where they engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace and Soaring Feather God Mountain. Chapter 1977b, Stirring Up Trouble. The Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples had used their body metamorphosis. They summoned the power from Famine's flesh and blood in their body, causing casualties to stack up all around them. But then, wind and clouds rose up from within the final trial, and the world started to change colors. Heavenly retribution descended. Countless Azura Law runes condensed into divine thunder that rumbled onto the 20, some Good Fortune Saint Palace disciples, immediately disintegrating them into ashes. The illusion Lin Ming crafted made it seem that the laws of the final trial didn't abide the existence of the abyssal demon Famine's reappearance, and it would descend to erase it from the world. Moreover, with Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, the illusion of heavenly retribution crashing down to earth was recreated perfectly, all of it seeming real. In this alone, no matter how a true divinity tried to look through, they wouldn't be able to see any flaws. This was because Lin Ming's understandings of the Azura laws were number one within the 33 heavens. As for creating the illusion that the abyssal demon was erased in the final trial, Lin Ming didn't fear the good fortune Saint Sovereign would return at the next final trial to verify this. This was because every time the final trial opened, what occurred inside was unpredictable and it was impossible to figure out the rules that governed this space. The good fortune Saint Sovereign would never think that the memories he investigated and the incomparably real scene of heavenly retribution were actually forged by someone with such a higher understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao. Following that, Lin Ming had yet to finish. His carefully prepared play was just beginning. After the good fortune St. Palace disciples were eliminated, the other Azura Road disciples would try to snatch away the treasure, and thus attack the disciples of Soaring Feather God Mountain. Finally, 2 of the Soaring Feather God Mountain disciples were slain, the grey-clothed woman included, leaving behind 2 severely wounded disciples who fled. The reason these 2 disciples were able to escape was because the other Azura Road disciples had begun infighting due to the treasure, so no one could be bothered to chase after them. All of this seemed extremely lifelike, and also very reasonable. Finally, the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom relied on their superiority in strength and numbers to steal the treasure and run away. And from the memories of these Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples' memories, Lin Ming found some useful tidbits of information. For instance, they had brought some one-time use items that could play a great role in stealing away treasures, such as interference illusory magic arrays, withdrawal-type divine runic symbols, and so forth. These things were all taken away by Lin Ming. But in the illusions that the Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples experienced, they had used up all of these things. They had fought bravely and wisely, and with luck on their side they were able to wrest away the treasure. They managed to cast off their pursuers and flee into a distant mountain valley. They were all overjoyed. This was a treasure that could even move the heart of a true divinity. They took out the treasure and studied it, seeing if perhaps it could increase their combat strength somehow. But then, at this time, a scene that destroyed their hearts and minds occurred. A thick demonic energy erupted from that demonic relic. This demon energy condensed into a giant ghost head in the skies, similar to the ghost head that appeared above the Blackwater swamp at the start. This phenomenon was too great, everyone from thousands of miles away could clearly see it. Thus, everyone was drawn to this area and the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom had their positions revealed. The other inner Azura Road disciples rushed towards this location, and even the 2 severely wounded disciples from Soaring Feather God Mountain came here with looks of deep unwillingness etched on their faces. The disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom were panicked. They had relied on luck to escape the previous mess, and now facing so many people, there was likely no way they could win. In a worst-case scenario, they would follow in the steps of the good fortune St. Palace disciples and turn to dust. And at this time, that massive ghost head in the sky suddenly spread outwards, dissolving into a force field that covered the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Everyone lost consciousness as they were covered in this black energy. This was also Lin Ming's final illusion. From this point on, false memories transitioned into real memories. Even if Lin Ming's skill in forging memories far surpassed anyone else in the 33 heavens, he couldn't guarantee that these little white mice wouldn't experience traces of confusion and loss during the transition period of the memories from false to real. Although this was only a minor flaw, the sense of a true divinity had a high chance of discovering this. But, if they were to faint and then reawaken, they would believe that everything that just occurred was realer than real. No matter how a true divinity investigated, they wouldn't discover anything wrong with these real memories. When Lin Ming had been conjuring up these illusions, these little white mice had already been transferred to the mountain valley. Moreover, it wasn't Lin Ming that moved them. Under the thrall of his illusions, they flew there themselves. All the scenery they witnessed along the way was real. Even their movements in the air, their offensive and defensive maneuvers, everyone's expressions, it was all lifelike. As for the 2 severely wounded Soaring Feather God Mountain disciples, they also joined the encirclement. Even when the ghost head appeared, they still weren't willing to leave. Then, when the ghost head exploded into a wave of energy, they too fell unconsciousness. All of this was perfectly done. Of course, when these people woke up it would be many days later. At that time, the final trial would be on the verge of ending. These people believed they had all fallen unconscious due to the force field formed by the demon relic, and that force field was also what protected them from the attacks of the vicious beasts on the 4th level. But they wouldn't be happy at all. In particular, the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. This wasn't because they had missed out on continuing the final trial, but because after they woke up, they discovered that the demon relic had vanished after the eruption of the force field. They didn't know where it had gone, and the worst stroke of luck was that the others believed that the demon relic was still in their hands, and yet they had no way to explain what had occurred. At this time, Lin Ming started heading towards the final trial's 5th level alone. The demon relic was taken by Lin Ming and placed within his spatial ring. As for the little black dragon that had eaten its fill, it was deeply slumbering in the magic cube. After it swallowed the flesh and blood of famine, all of it turned into a red ball of meat in its stomach. This meatball would require some time to digest. This time, Lin Ming could be said to have had a rewarding trip. However, he didn't have time to study the demon relic more in depth. All he felt was an incomparably pure strength contained within it. If he could refine this strength, then whether it was him or the small black dragon, there would be a tremendous benefit. From between the 4th level and 5th level there also existed a test, just like the Gate of Laws, between the 2nd and 3rd levels. When Lin Ming came to the final trial last time, the checkpoint here was the 33 Heavens Divine Seal Altar. Lin Ming had easily climbed it. This time, the test was different. It was not an illusory killing array. Of course, he had no problem this time either. Lin Ming easily stepped into the 5th level. At this time, a voice echoed in his mind. "Your methods are quite cruel." This voice was somewhat weak and somewhat ethereal. Lin Ming was extremely familiar with it. It was Empyrean Divine Mist. During these past years, beneath the sustaining effects of the magic cube, Empyrean Divine Mist's soul force was like a candle in the wind, but it never extinguished. Most of the time he was deep in slumber. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Senior has awakened? Chapter 1978, Fighting the Undying Polar Ice Once More. I've awakened. It seems I slept for another 1,000 years? To be exact, you've slept for 1,058 years, Lin Ming smiled. Over 1,000 years ago, Empyrean Divine Mist had awoken for a short 10 days. Then he fell asleep once more, resting until this moment. The magic cube had the effect of stabilizing the soul. Empyrean Divine Mist wasn't in a bad or good situation. As long he went through his period of slumber, then his soul force wouldn't weaken or increase. What you did this time could be called giving Divine Void a good deal of trouble. Empyrean Divine Mist lightly said. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had done all of this in order to obtain the demon relic. He wouldn't give up on it so easily. And in terms of strength, Divine Void Divine Kingdom was weaker than the Good Fortune Saint Palace. However, within the Azura Road and with the protection of the Azura Road's laws, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign shouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Perhaps. Cause and effect runs in circles. Divine Void and Senior have a grudge with each other, and since I've received help from Senior, it's normal for me to pay some interest back to Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming's response was calm. He was someone who remembered grudges and gratitude. When he attacked the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace and Soaring Feather God Mountain, this was because they were on opposite sides to begin with, not to mention that they had already killed many Azura Road disciples when they took the treasure. If Lin Ming were to let them go, then in the next several thousand years, the number of young human elites they killed would only increase. Regarding Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming only wanted to deal with Soul Emperor Divine Void. As for the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming had no problems with them, thus he let them live. Is that so, the samsara of gratitude and grudge, the circle of karma? Upon mentioning his enmity with Divine Void, Empyrean Divine Mist had a strange feeling stir in his heart. Ever since he was sealed in the magic cube, Divine Void probably thought he had died. But everything you've done today will only give Divine Void some trouble. It's impossible to shake his foundation. Divine Mist quietly murmured. Lin Ming nodded. I'm not hoping that this matter will provoke some great war. At most, it will divert the attention of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. And I also feel that I can't hide the truth of this matter from the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. He will likely discover some questionable points. Lin Ming didn't care whether or not his actions would provoke a war. His main goal was to conceal his whereabouts. Making sure you are safe and ensuring no news that you are alive spreads is more important than anything else. You still have many days ahead for that. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke, he fell into a deep slumber once more. Lin Ming's current strength was lacking. According to Empyrean Divine Mist's earlier suggestion, he had to complete the 7th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation Art and raise his cultivation to the half-step Empyrean or even true Empyrean realm before he could fully reveal himself. But Lin Ming could feel that the Empyrean realm was a long, long time away. While he simultaneously studied 2 of the highest laws and had to pay attention to the Grand Reincarnation Art, Lin Ming doubted he would be able to break into the Empyrean realm within 10,000 years. This speed was far slower than Emperor Sakya. And compared to the Good Fortune Saint's son, it was even slower than that. This was the price of practicing the Grand Reincarnation Art. At this time, Lin Ming entered the final trial's 5th level. Although the space within the final trial changed each time, the 5th level always stayed the same. The one who guarded this floor was the Undying Inferno and the Undying Polar Ice. In the past, Lin Ming and Shang Mei had joined forces to bring down the Undying Polar Ice, causing their reputations to soar. Now he arrived here by himself and would have to face the enemy alone. Because he practiced the Grand Reincarnation Art, Lin Ming had a skeletal age advantage in the final trial. The Undying Inferno's attacks weren't able to pose any threat to him. He relied on his understandings of the fire laws to easily avoid every strike aimed his way. Then, the Undying Inferno eventually exhausted itself of energy and turned into a phoenix egg. Lin Ming crossed his hands behind his back, looking at this happen. He didn't attack, but waited for the Undying Polar Ice that was hidden in the phoenix egg to hatch out. Lin Ming had chosen to strike down the 5th level Guardian while it was in its Undying Polar Ice form in order to obtain the highest completion percentage possible. This was because the Undying Polar Ice was restrained by Lin Ming's attributes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Cold energy started to gather from the heavens and earth, condensing high in the air. Horrifying ice laws locked down this space. One could see that in the center of this gathering cold energy, there was a flashing ice crystal. This ice crystal started to condense into a small ice phoenix. As more cold energy gathered, the phoenix grew larger and larger. In an instant, an aura that could freeze the world suddenly and furiously whipped up. Bang! 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 The earth quaked. Glacier after glacier drilled out from the ground, towering 100,000 feet high. A lilting smile crossed Lin Ming's lips. Undying Polar Ice. After not seeing it for several thousand years, he was finally able to fight it again. In the past, Lin Ming had to wait for Shang Mei to use the Umbral Heaven Ice Array and pass through layers of dangers, blocking the Undying Polar Ice's attacks in order to exhaust it of energy. When it had turned into an egg, Lin Ming then rushed out, using the Black Dragon Spear to kill the Undying Polar Ice in a single all-out strike. But this time, Lin Ming didn't plan on waiting. The moment the Undying Polar Ice appeared, Lin Ming rushed forwards. He wanted to face the Undying Polar Ice while it was in its peak state. He planned to engage it in a brutal melee. This was a crazy plan. If Shang Mei saw this, then even she would be understandably shocked. Who? With a keen whistling sound, the Black Dragon Spear flew out from Lin Ming's spatial ring. This spear hadn't appeared for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, Lin Ming had also never fought with everything he had in his peak state. Now, as the familiar weight of the Black Dragon Spear returned to its owner's hand, it emitted a loud hum as if the soul of a divine dragon were awakening within the shaft. Hum. 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 Threads of cold energy gathered, becoming increasingly thick and potent. Within the chilling icy winds, the undying polar ice was enraged. It was angry that a mere human dared to challenge its endless might. It turned towards Lin Ming and hurtled down at him, its speed soon reaching the extreme. In the legends, it was said that ancient rocks could pass 90,000 miles with a single flap of the wings, without needing to use any space laws. Although the Ice Phoenix was slower than an ancient rock, it wasn't much worse. Of course, this was in a situation where it didn't utilize the space laws. Only this speed was true speed, a speed capable of surpassing the reaction time of others. This was because its attack wouldn't bring about fluctuations of the laws, thus it became impossible for others to sense it. Whoosh! The undying polar ice immediately appeared in front of Lin Ming. It stretched out a giant claw that radiated a freezing light, grasping down at him. This claw was covered with a freezing ice force field. Any life form that was covered by this force field would have their mortal body and soul both frozen away. So to avoid the undying polar ice's attack, speed alone was not enough. One needed the ability to deal with the force field that came along with the undying polar ice's attack. Lin Ming's pupils shrank and he drew backwards. His body started to burn with black flames. As these flames lit up all around him, they carried the true meaning of nirvanic rebirth, directly burning away that freezing ice force field. Lin Ming stepped on the void and vanished like smoke. In terms of natural speed, he was inferior to the undying polar ice, thus he used the space laws without hesitation. And when it came to the space laws, he surpassed the undying polar ice by countless miles. Even if he wildly used the space laws however he wished, it would be near impossible for the undying polar ice to lock onto these law fluctuations and locate Lin Ming's position. In an instant, Lin Ming had already appeared behind the undying polar ice. 9 great stars gleamed above Lin Ming's head. Starlight poured down, pouring into his mortal body. From within him, the Purple Temple Dao Palace, Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace, Extreme Polar Dao Palace, Davikai Dao Palace, all of them began to open one after another. The Black Dragon Spear was infused with the power of 9 stars. It crushed through space with overwhelming momentum as it savagely pounded down. Kacha! Like a bolt of divine lightning falling from the highest heavens, it smashed into the undying polar ice's back. The phoenix's back could even carry a mountain. But as Lin Ming's spear smashed into it, not only did the freezing ice force field shatter apart, but those beautiful ice feathers also cracked open, leaving bits and pieces of ice flying out. Icy blue blood flowed out from these wounds. In truth, this wasn't blood but liquid condensed from the purest ice energy in the world. If an ice attribute martial artist could obtain but a single drop, it would be a treasure beyond compare. The undying polar ice was incensed. It had protected the final trial's 5th level for billions of years, and during this period there had been people capable of shattering the egg it transformed into, but there had never been someone capable of wounding it in direct frontal combat. It roared out once more as it hurtled towards Lin Ming. Ka ka ka! The void froze, cracking open. A deep blue beam of light shot out from the undying polar ice's mouth, straight towards Lin Ming's chest. This freezing cold beam of energy was horrifyingly powerful. It far exceeded Lin Ming with his suppressed cultivation. After all, the undying polar ice was in its peak state. When it was created in the past, it was formed in a default state so that no one would be able to defeat it in its peak condition. Lin Ming didn't defend. His 2 pupils suddenly contracted, turning as thin as pins. Around his pupils, mystical patterns appeared. In that moment, he had opened the 3 lives pupil. 3 lives pupil, all existence devoid. When combined with the Davikai Dao Palace, in a mere moment, the complete method with which the undying polar ice utilized the ice laws was seen through by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes no longer saw that blinding blue light. Rather, what he saw was a law structure composed of endless cold energy essence. The power of thunder and fire erupted from Lin Ming's body. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. The 2 strengths collided and a terrifying explosion of energy blew into the skies, causing the world to change and origin energy to gush out in violent waves. Beneath the suppression of laws, the disparity in cultivation was made up for. The undying polar ice's attack had been forcefully broken by Lin Ming. The undying polar ice became increasingly furious. It fought Lin Ming in close-range combat. Its vorpal wings and sharp claws were dreadful weapons. Bang! With another frontal collision, Lin Ming was sent flying back. But he didn't fall into a disadvantage. He rushed out once more, engaging the undying polar ice in brutal battle. A battle of bodies, a showdown of energy. The black dragon spear in Lin Ming's hand seemed to turn into a black dragon that flew about in the air. In the skies, a dragon and phoenix contended for supremacy. The numerous 100,000-foot-high glaciers were unable to withstand this terrifying storm of energy. All of them crashed down in rumbling avalanches. Mountain-sized chunks of ice crashed into the ground and dissolved into icy rivers of water. This was an apocalyptic scene. Chapter 1979, Opening the 7th Level. CA. In close-range melee combat, Lin Ming was finally struck by the undying polar ice. Its terrifyingly sharp phoenix claws brought with them a cold light that shimmered for dozens of feet as they cut into Lin Ming's body. Blood flew out, instantly freezing into icicles. Lin Ming turned into a meteor that smashed into the ground. Bang! The frozen earth cracked as a giant crater formed, fissures spreading outwards like a spider web. With this successful strike, the deep blue eyes of the undying polar ice flashed with pride. It shrieked and flew straight towards the icy crater. However, the moment that it approached the crater in the ice, a black spear light thrust out, bringing with it a dreadful power and momentum that tore through all. This spear light ripped into the undying polar ice's chest. The undying polar ice released a sad and pained scream. Its blue feathers were stained with blood once again. Lin Ming's strike contained the condensed laws of the Azura Heavenly Tao, and gathered the supernatural strength of the 33 heavens, and it was even supported with the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This was nearly his strongest strike, but it still wasn't able to pierce through the undying polar ice's body. The undying polar ice was submerged in endless black light as it came wildly tumbling down from the skies. For thousands of miles around, all the clouds of frost in the air were blown away. At this time, the blood-drenched Lin Ming rushed out from the broken debris of ice. He moved forwards, seeming to teleport as he smashed his spear down behind the undying polar ice. Gotcha! With a loud explosion, it wasn't just blue blood that flowed out from the undying polar ice's back. This time traces of a crack appeared. This meant that in the ice laws which composed its body, a crack had appeared. The undying polar ice was weakening. Although Lin Ming couldn't kill the undying polar ice in a short period of time, he could still fight it to a standstill. In other words, this meant that Lin Ming would eventually win. According to the rules of the final trial, the guardian of the 5th level, whether it was in the form of the undying inferno or undying polar ice, once it gathered all its strength it would slowly use it all up in a series of attacks. Finally, when its energy was exhausted it would turn into the polar ice egg and the inferno egg. The polar ice egg and inferno egg represented the lowest point of the guardian's strength. The undying polar ice was an opponent designed to become weaker the longer it fought. If it could only evenly match Lin Ming at its peak state, then its fate after it weakened could be imagined. Thus, by the time Lin Ming had thrust another spear towards the belly of the undying polar ice, the result of this battle had already been decided. A crack appeared on the undying polar ice's belly. Spear after spear, Lin Ming continued his barrage of attacks, smashing down his spear. Beneath this storm of attacks, more and more cracks appeared on the undying polar ice. Crystalline ice feathers fell off in a flurry of frost. Ice essence that was condensed into blue blood recklessly showered down. Bang! A loud explosion filled the air. The undying polar ice was no longer able to resist Lin Ming's continuous onslaught. Its body that was lined with cracks completely shattered apart, causing ice energy to surge outwards. Like this, the undying polar ice exploded in the air into a mass of freezing fog. Whirl, 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 and a terrifying wave of cold energy swept out, forming an ice storm. Seeing this rapidly expanding ice vortex, Lin Ming let out a light breath. The test of the 5th level had ended. The undying polar ice had been killed by him before it had turned into an egg. Moreover, he had done this alone. In the history of the undying polar ice, in the 10 billion years of history since it had been created by the Azura Roadmaster, something like this had never occurred. As the undying polar ice died, the towering glaciers started to melt. The snow and ice slowly faded away and the space of the 5th level was restored to its original appearance. Then, Lin Ming checked his completion percentage. In truth, by this time Lin Ming no longer cared about his completion percentage. He wanted to enter the final trial's 7th level and obtain the complete Azura Sutra. The reason he chose to kill the undying polar ice using such a difficult method was to test the limits of his strength. Completion rate, 95%. This completion percentage was 3 points higher than the first time Lin Ming had come to the final trial. Lin Ming guessed that he should have obtained the full amount of points possible after killing the undying polar ice by himself. In fact, he should have obtained extra points due to his method of completion, but it was likely that the Azura Roadmaster never expected that something like this would happen, thus he didn't specifically add in a rule that would only apply if someone as formidable as Lin Ming were to appear. 95%. It looks like the final 5% will be found in the final trial's 7th level. As Lin Ming thought this, he stepped into the 6th level. The 6th level was nothing but chaos. Here, the skies and earth were the same color, fundamentally indiscernible from each other. Only the endless mystical traces of the laws that covered the world differentiated the surroundings of this level. There were no dangers in the 6th level, it was a place used for rest and for providing rewards. The last time Lin Ming was here, he had obtained a reward. This time he had brought the Emperor Jades of Fate to open the 7th level. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Lin Ming strode into the center of the 6th level, the earth collapsed and a fathomless abyss appeared. This abyss had no bottom, as if it was a connection to another universe. And from the center of the abyss, a massive black stone statue slowly floated up. This black stone statue was carved in the shape of an Azura war god. The war god held a dragon spear and wore a suit of black battle armor. His body was covered in ferocious scales and he stood upon a divine dragon. His entire being overflowed with an ancient and savage aura, one that shocked the mind and made one feel fearful. On the armor of this war god, there were 3 small grooves placed in a row. On the side of these grooves there were some familiar words, words that Lin Ming had read before. 33 heavens, Azura inheritance, passed down to the unrivaled genius, passed down to the one with great destiny, passed down to the fated one. The word of fate, to be predestined or not, if you are fated, then even through the endless universes you will still find my inheritance, but if you are not fated, then even if your talent is unrivaled, you shall never enter the gate. I left behind 3 Emperor Jades of essence, energy, and divine. The Emperor Jades have spiritual powers, and if you are fated, then they shall fall into your hands. If you lack faith, then no matter how much hardship you undergo to find them, you shall never succeed. Bring the 3 Emperor Jades to this land and open wide the gates to the 7th level. These words described the key to opening the 7th level, that was, the 3 Emperor Jades of Fate. For those that were fated, even if they didn't search for the Emperor Jades, the Emperor Jades would look for them instead. And for those that weren't fated, even if the Emperor Jades were placed in their hands, they still wouldn't recognize it. Lin Ming had already collected the 3 Emperor Jades a long time ago. Now, the time had come. He would open the gate to the 7th level. At this time, Lin Ming's mood was extremely calm. He slowly flew before the Azura statue and took out the 3 Emperor Jades. These 3 Emperor Jades were similar in shape, but their lines and textures were completely different. And for Lin Ming, who was proficient in the Azura laws, the traces that covered the surface of these Emperor Jades possessed unexplainable laws, as if they were the most beautiful and harmonious designs in the world. Lin Ming closed his eyes. He quietly felt the connection between the Azura statue and the three Emperor Jades of Fate. Then, he began placing the three Emperor Jades into the Azura statue. Chapter 1980, Emperor Cemetery. The three Emperor Jades were placed into the grooves one at a time. The Emperor Jades lined up in the grooves, and then, the entire statue lit up with a dazzling divine light. At the same time, a vortex began forming in the void beneath the statue. Lin Ming was sucked into the vortex. The scenery changed, and in the next moment, Lin Ming arrived in a dark gray world. The first time Lin Ming entered the smelting trial, he had already learned about the existence of the 7th level. When he discovered that the three Emperor Jades of Fate were required to open it, he had always been thinking just what that place would look like. Would this be a test with a heaven-defying difficulty, or would it purely be rewards? Lin Ming's imagination had become even more intense when he obtained the third Emperor Jade of Fate. But because of all the tribulations he had suffered afterwards and everything else that had occurred to him, he had pushed those thoughts out of his head. Today, Lin Ming would finally step into the 7th level and see everything there. But the scene that appeared in front of him left him startled. What he saw was a vast cemetery. This was a pure gray world. The sky was disorderly and the earth was barren. In this land, rows of graves were lined up, tens of thousands of them. These graves occupied a square area of land. They were all of the same gray and black stone, a solemn and reverent atmosphere swirling around them. Lin Ming didn't know if they were protected by an array formation or if the tombstones were forged from some type of special rock. But, even after 10 billion years passed, these tombstones remained whole. The only difference was that one could feel the breath of endless years coming from the elegant writings carved into the stone. Lin Ming walked to the front of a tombstone. This tombstone was carved with the words of the ancient god race. Extreme Emperor Heaven's Reverend White Ark Xiao Cao's tomb. A mortal's tombstone would also have an inscription. It would be carved with the names of their children and grandchildren. As for this tombstone, it didn't have anything besides the grave master's name and title. As for the words Extreme Emperor Heavens, it should be the name of a universe, in other words, one of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming had never heard the name of Extreme Emperor Heavens before. But, this wasn't strange at all. Far too much time had passed and it wasn't strange for the names of the 33 heavens to change during this period. Moreover, this was a name that existed 10 billion years ago. In the ancient era, every one of the 33 heavens was prosperous and glorious. But now, only 16 heavens were developed, the other 17 heavens had turned into wildernesses. Reverend White Ark Xiao Cao, of these words, Xiao Cao was clearly a name. It was a strange surname and an even stranger first name, but perhaps in the ancient era 10 billion years ago, this might have been a normal or even popular name. As for Reverend White Ark, that was naturally the title of the grave's master. What a reverend was, Lin Ming had no idea, but it sounded like a title no worse than an Empyrean. If so, then in this cemetery where there were unknown tens of thousands of graves, was an Empyrean level or above powerhouse buried in each one? Lin Ming found this hard to imagine. It had to be known that in the entire divine realm, there had only been a mere 200 to 300 Empyreans. Even for the saints and spiritas, when their Empyreans were added together from each of their 7 heavens, they only had 1,000 or so. Compared to the cemetery in front of him that had tens of thousands of Empyreans buried here, Lin Ming simply felt this was too unbelievable. The ancient era 10 billion years ago was a time when 100 races strove for supremacy. It was a time when the primal god race and the celestials dominated the 33 heavens. At that time, heroes rose up from the ranks and young elites were innumerable. However, if it were said that several tens of thousands of Empyreans were buried here so casually, Lin Ming would still think that it was quite odd. As Lin Ming thought like this, he walked behind the tombstone. This part was similar to a mortal's tombstone, and was carved with the epitaph of the grave's master. There were a few hundred words written into the stone. As Lin Ming read these words, he was inwardly flabbergasted by what was written. The master of the grave was indeed an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Moreover, he hadn't been an ordinary Empyrean. From the vague information given, Lin Ming speculated that if this person were placed in the current era, he would be similar to a middle or even upper Empyrean. However, this proud son of heaven that existed 10 billion years ago had actually suffered such a fate. Bones unfound, his sword is buried here. This grave was only the tomb of a sword. Xiao Cao's body was not here. Lin Ming sighed. He looked at the next grave, Sky Zenith Heaven's demon concubine Yuan Chun's tomb. Lin Ming had never heard of a Sky Zenith Heavens before. If there was a heavens that dared to call itself by such a name, then perhaps 10 billion years ago, this Sky Zenith Heavens had been one of the peak universes? The master of this grave Yuanchun was a woman, and according to her epitaph, she had been a peerlessly talented and proud woman. Her life had been dazzling, but her final fate was died in battle within the great calamity of the 33 heavens. Her feather robe lies buried here. This grave was only a tomb for Yuanchun's clothes. Lin Ming continued looking. He saw many outstanding figures of the ancient past. Their origins and lives were briefly described on their graves. They came from different universes of the 33 heavens, and each one of them was a ruler of their era, a king of their time. Their strength was far beyond that of the Empyreans of the present. But of these people, only a small number had their bodies buried here. Most of these graves were filled with battle armors, weapons, clothes, or some other objects that the grave master used before their death. There were even some people that only had a tombstone as a marker, with nothing inside at all. In addition, on their epitaphs, the words 33 Heavens Calamity appeared more than once. Demon concubine Yuan Qi had died in battle within the great calamity of the 33 heavens. Marshal Saint Huang Qi had died in battle within the great calamity of the 33 heavens. Cold Ice Fairy Yun Meng had died in battle within the great calamity of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming guessed that after these people died in the great calamity, someone had specifically built graves for them. This was because after that great war, it became too difficult to find their corpses. Thus these tombs were only filled with clothes and other objects to serve as mementos to their previous existence. Realizing this, Lin Ming became lost in thought. In the last 10 billion years of history of the 33 heavens, a great calamity that could be called a catastrophe of the universe had erupted many times already. Each time, countless powerhouses died in battle. Sometimes even entire races were exterminated. The 33 heavens calamity that was written on these epitaphs clearly affected a much larger area than humanity's calamity, and the influence it left on the world was even greater. In the past, these peerless powerhouses that died in the great calamity once shook the earth and heavens, ruling over vast domains through force. But even for these people, after they died, all that was left behind were these square graves that didn't even hold their bodies. No one remembered their names, no one remembered their history. All that remained in remembrance of them was a cold tombstone. Thinking of this, Lin Ming deeply sighed. No matter how powerful a person, no matter how powerful a race, when they were placed in the endless river of time, they were nothing more than a tiny wave. When they rose up they shine in blinding brilliance, but soon, they quickly vanished into the never-ending stream, leaving nothing behind. This was also the reason why so many martial artists were unwilling to turn to ash, the reason they continued to climb up and seek out the road to eternal life. However, no one had ever succeeded. Perhaps this calamity of the 33 heavens is the great war that erupted 10 billion years ago, and that war was the catalyst that started the primal god race's decline from their peak. After the war, the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture Creator also went missing, and they left behind their own places of inheritance, the Azura Road and the Akashic Dream Universe. Then, could these graves have been left behind by the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming suddenly thought. But no matter how he turned it around in his mind, there was no way he could verify this. He moved deeper into the cemetery. A light gray fog wafted in the air here. As Lin Ming moved forwards, the fog gradually diverged from before him and he saw what lay at the end of these tombstones. This was a great cliff. And beneath this cliff was not an abyss, but an endless starry space. This sort of feeling was as if a part of an ancient continent was thrust into space, and here was where it broke off. Lin Ming stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the trillions of stars that shined in the distance. As they sparkled in the far-off distance, they seemed cold and lonely. They had existed there for a long time, and would continue existing. And in this starry space, a long distance away from Lin Ming, a massive white altar floated. As he saw this white altar, his eyes were captured by it and were no longer able to move away. This white altar was as large as a planet and was like a pyramid in shape. From the top to the bottom, the altar consisted of 33 steps. Divine Seal Altar. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In the past, when Lin Ming attended the semi-finals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, the test site had been the Divine Seal Altar. But that Divine Seal Altar had been a replica created by Empyrean Vast Universe. A long time ago, Empyrean Vast Universe had stumbled upon a fragment of the Divine Seal Altar that was forged by Empyrean Divine Seal, a human true divinity who existed 3.6 billion years ago. Empyrean Vast Universe had fused this fragment into the replica he created, allowing that replica to obtain a portion of the ancient Divine Seal Altar's spirituality. However, the truth was that the original Divine Seal Altar that Empyrean Divine Seal created 3.6 billion years ago was also a replica. If Lin Ming wasn't wrong, then Empyrean Divine Seal had participated in the Azura Road's final trial in the past, and when he moved from the 4th level to the 5th level, he too had to face the test of ascending the Divine Seal Altar. But even so, the difference between the sizes of that Divine Seal Altar and the one before him was far too great. The Divine Seal Altar in front of him, whether it was in the aura it exuded or the horrifying energy it contained, all of it left Lin Ming fearful and apprehensive, nearly unable to withstand it. Perhaps the Divine Seal Altar that was placed as the test between the 4th and 5th level was in truth nothing but a projection of the true Divine Seal Altar. And the Divine Seal Altar was likely not even called the Divine Seal Altar, it should have another name. The name of Divine Seal Altar was only bestowed upon it because of Empyrean Divine Seal. As Lin Ming thought this, he slowly soared upwards. Carefully, he flew towards the Divine Seal Altar that was deep in the starry skies. After some time, he began to slow down. As he looked at the Divine Seal Altar that was far off in the skies, a look of amazement crossed his eyes. At the top of the 33 Heavens Divine Seal Altar there were clearly people. And not just one person, but two. Although they were extremely far away, Lin Ming could see two blurry figures. And as soon as he swept out his divine sense, he could clearly discern their appearance. These two people wore white long robes and their faces were wizened and elderly. They had wide thoughtful smiles, as if they were waiting there especially for him. Lin Ming paused. He hesitated for a moment, and then continued flying towards these two old men.